Here. Here. Feel. Hear, feel, think.
Ugh. Might as well have been bloomin' seasickness. Shep's leaping around like a demented chocobo today. I reckon I might head out on deck, get myself a breath of fresh air. Lemsalomensa's still a fair way off, in case you were wondering. Seeing as you're awake and all, how about you keep me company till we get there? Them young'uns don't care much for conversation, see? Any road, Brennan's the name, and peddlin's me trade. Ah, smell that salty sea breeze. Now then, lad, judging by your unusual garments, I'd say you're one of them new adventurers. Am I warm? I knew it. Going wherever the wind blows, seeking fortune and glory. Now that's what I call living. So long as you can avoid dying, I mean. Ain't no secret that adventuring's a risky business, these days especially. What was it that first attracted you to it? To win glory. Glory, eh? Well, if you're willing to take on them tasks as other folk ain't, an adventurer such as yourself can win fame what coin can't buy. Not that. When you arrive in town, you'll want to report to the Adventurers Guild. You can find out everything you need to know about the adventuring business in there. Just remember though, there are more important things than fortune and glory, such as breathing. Ain't no profit in being dead, and that's a fact. Hi, Stabbins. How are you doing? I have just started a brand new character on Final Fantasy XIV. This is the very first cutscene. We are about to get attacked. Ships off the starboard bow! Pirate colors! Creeping towards insanity. I would have thought you'd made it there by now. Pirates, bloody hills. Have you no sense? Get below! What's the world coming to? Pirates firing on a ship flying Lominsan colours. Bastards either have a boatload of balls or bugger all for brains. You can rest easy, friends. We've made it out of cannon range, and no buccaneer's bark will catch this flighty temptress once the wind's in her sails. That was too bleeding close. Glad one of us kept his head on his shoulders. I reckon I'd have lost mine otherwise. If them pirates gave up the chase, we must be close to port. Let's head up on deck and have us a look, shall we? Of course, I chose a job that starts in Lominsa, which is gonna be just like Welsh and Irish and all sorts of strong accents. Bye there, bye. Is this your first trip to Limsa Lominsa? Oh no, I've been there many times. Thought not, but I'll wager there have been some changes since your last visit. Allow a journeyed itinerant to apprise you of the current state of affairs. Limsa Lominsa prides itself on being Eorzea's foremost naval power. Weren't too long ago that the place was ruled by pirates, but thanks to the current admiral's civilizing influence, the city-state could almost pass for a respectable nation. You'd never guess she was once a rum-swilling buccaneer herself. Of course, most folks ain't so quick to change, and with a town full of liberty-loving ruffians, you can imagine how many naysayers and troublemakers she's got to deal with. Like them pirates who took a fancy to us just now. And if that weren't bad enough, I've heard the Sahagan are raiding the coast just as bold as you please. They were the sea-dwelling beastmen the locals call fishbacks, guess you didn't know. Ah, at long last, land ho! Behold Limsa Lominsa, a nation blessed by the ocean's bounty and beloved of Limlane, goddess of navigation.
On a windswept isle in the southwestern corner of the realm, amidst the roiling waves of the Lotamo Sea, lies the maritime city-state of Limsa Lominsa. To this haven for bandits and brigands, cutthroats and curs, seekers of both freedom and fortune, comes a lone adventurer. Lone yet not alone, for the hero's arrival has drawn the gaze of the nation's patron deity, Limlane. What realm-shaking fate has she descried in the churning waters of this mortal's future?
And here's where we part ways, son. I'm off to the markets to deliver me wares, then it's on to the high road for me. Here, I want you to have this. By way of thanks for saving me arse earlier. Hey, you never did tell me your name, did you? Well, here's an idea. Become the sort of storied personage I can brag about having met, and I'll consider it square.
Through peril and hardship, discovery and triumph, may the navigator guide this brave soul on his life's voyage. Till sea swallows all.
Welcome to Limsalominsa. It is time for the early bird special. I'm not gonna get that on any of my characters because I'm on a brand new one. It's alright. I already have so many millions of MGP that I'm not using. Hey, you there! Aye, I mean you. This is my district, and I make it my business to know all the scum that washes up in it. Ah, an adventurer fresh off the boat, is it? Well then. Allow one of Limsalominsa's finest to set you on the right path. Hop to it, lad, I haven't got all day. Welcome to Limsa. Select your control scheme, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Now. Now that we've gotten to this point, I've realized my control scheme completely flarked. And I think I might as well just... Yeah. So I think I will just real quick. Where is my FF14 data? Documents, okay. Okay, I might as well, like, show off how to actually do this. It will require a logout. Okay. Okay, that is so weird. That is doing that. Hang on. Okay. So here in Documents, My Games, Final Fantasy XIV, there's a folder. Let's sort these folders by date modified. Let's see. Actually, we want it by date created. So, this newest folder was created on... No, that's the oldest folder. This newest folder was created on the 20th, 4 days ago. So that is going to be my newest character. So what I do is I grab the controls and the hotbars, and the keybinds and macros, and the UI. Let's see. I grab the gear sets as well, but those will be kind of fucked for a bit till I like fix all those. Like once I have to like unlock most of the things. Then I just replace them in the new folder, and just for ease I add a little file just reminding me which character this is. So this is Iris in this folder, and that is basically how you update like all of your control scheme and stuff without having to worry about, you know, doing it in the game. It's real easy, and that's it. So back to the character. We should be able to log in, and everything should be updated to my preferred settings. Shouldn't require like a full restart of the program or anything like that, unless they've changed something. You just have to do a log out and log in, and it gets all those settings updated. Or not all of them, because this is definitely not how I want it. Which means I must have missed a file. Let me check that real quick. Right? Like, honestly, it's kind of annoying that it's this complicated in this game. Macro keybind, hotbar, gear sets, controls. You know what? I'm just gonna copy like pretty much all of these DAT files. You know, other MMOs, I won't mention which ones, but like I've played so many of them, and pretty much all of them, you can save a control scheme and UI, and when you create a new character, either that'll be the default, what you've already set up, or, you know, it'll be easy to just go to your UI and select a saved setting. But this game has them all set up individually, and it's kind of annoying. There's so much I love about this game, but that's not one of them. Still real bad. Let me try. Let me try relaunching the whole game. Because that is annoying. And I'm also going to try grabbing this from a different character. Maybe somehow my main character's files got messed up. There we go. Here we go. Well, next sub will be over 1,000 days. There we go. That's how it's supposed to look. Look how clean that is. Must first register yourself with the Adventurers Guild. Of course. Now then, I'm sure you're itching to explore, but adventurers are required to register their presence in the city. And without a bit of local knowledge, you're like to get your throat slit in some piss-stinking alley. So before you do anything else, get yourself over to the Drowning Wench and enroll with the Adventurers Guild. Yeah, I know, I hit tier 4 so long ago. It's not far, just head straight down this street and speak with Griffar. He'll show you how to work that big moving platform we call the Crow's Lift, and that'll take you up to the pub. Once you're there, look for a fellow by the name of Betaron. He's the proprietor of the Wench. He might curse like an ale-sodden sailor, but the man's got a soft spot for wide-eyed newcomers like yourself. He'll set you straight. Got all that? Good. Now run along and may the navigator guide you on your journey. I've begun a quest. Welcome to Limsolo Minsa. If you've a mind to visit the Drowning Wench, the Crow's Lift will take you there. Yes, I have the same voice as the last guy you talked to. Excuse me. Still kind of getting over. I'm real phlegmy still from having been sick, but I'm other than that, I'm better. Greetings to you, lad. What'll it be? Ah, but you ain't here for the drink, are you? You've come with a mind to try your hand at venturing, I reckon. Well, you find no shortage of work here in Limsa. The name's Baderon, and this most hospitable of all stories is the Drowning Wench. 'Tis also the home of the Adventurers Guild here in Limsa. That's why we've got a desk specifically for handling guild business, and why I seem to spend more time saving the necks of whelps like yourself than wetting the throats of me regulars. Adventurers have a knack for finding trouble, see. Not that they need it in these parts on account of there being trouble wherever you look. If you manage to steer clear of the fishbacks and the kobolds outside the city, the pirates on the inside will get you instead. And if they don't manage, there's always the Garlean Empire to finish the job. Oh, no one knows what they're planning, of course, but if they're planning anything, you can be sure it's to kill the lot of us. Aye, this town seems peaceful at a glance, but look again and you'll see a people living in fear of what tomorrow might bring. And who can blame them after everything that's happened? Orzia took a mighty blow during the calamity, but our homes weren't the only things that got wiped off the face of existence by that thrice damned bastard of a dragon. It took our bleeding memories too, and no one's been able to explain it in a way that makes an ounce of sense. None of the folks what saw it and lived to tell the tale seem to agree on how the tale actually goes. 'Tis all foggy, like recollections from an hard night on the ale. You can imagine why people might fear for the future if they can't rightly recall the past. But there is one thing we all remember, and that's the group of adventurers what laid down their lives to drag Orzia back from the brink when she was bound for the abyss. Well, I say we remember. Truth is, though we ain't forgotten what they did for us, is God's damn calamity spawned memory loss robbed us of their names. It won't even let us picture their damn faces. It's like staring at a gull flying in front of the sun. All you see in your mind's eye is a shadow set against a blinding glare. That's how every bugger describes it, by the way, give or take the odd gull. Is this what's got people calling these heroes the Warriors of Light? If Lims is ever going to put this time of darkness behind it, it's going to need adventurers to help banish the fear. It's going to need new heroes like the ones we lost. Maybe one day you'll be one of them, and that's why any aid we can give to adventurers, effort well spent. What say you, lad? You willing to lend us your strength? Me thanks to you and to the navigator and all. I knew she'd steered you my way for a reason. Ah, but listen to me yattering on like a sun-touched fishwife. 'Tis high time we got your mark in my book. Put your scrawl right there. Iris Umuamas. Is it? And a fine name it is. Congratulations. You're now an upstanding member of the Adventurers Guild. You there, adventurer. You sailed in on the last ferry, did you not? The captain reported being attacked by a pirate vessel, and several witnesses have testified independently their passenger matching your description went out on deck mere moments before the incident took place. Sending your friends signals, were you? One sec. Okay. Now hold on just a moment there, officer. You got the wrong bloke. This fine upstanding young gent is me dear departed grandma's sister's niece's cousin's closest companion. The lad wouldn't be caught dead fraternising with such unsavoury elements.
Is that right? You are surely aware of the recent kidnappings. Respectfully, then, we cannot be too trusting of outsiders at a time when the loyalty of even our closest friends is in doubt.
You make a good point there, officer. A very good point. Very wise. You needn't worry, though. I keep one eye open at all times. Me and two more often than that. Now, sir, what say you to a tankard of me finest ale afore you return to your duties, eh?
Not a watered-down cup of piss like last time, I should hope.
Ain't got the faintest idea what you're on about, officer. The wench might offer some of the cheapest grog this side of the Strait of Myrtler, but that don't mean it won't get you good and pickled. And look, there's a chair over there just crying out to be sat on. So kick off them heavy boots, eh? You'll have to excuse these eager bloody yellow jackets. There's been a spate of kidnapping, see, and they ain't got a clue who's behind them. Naturally, they've taken a clapping irons on anyone who looks vaguely suspicious, which means ventures, visitors, and pretty much every bugger else in this town. Don't take it personal, though. Us Laminsons can be an headstrong bunch of bastards, 'tis true, but given time, we'll grow on you. No, where was I? Oh, aye! Welcome to Limsa Lominsa, where the sea's as green as the faces of me patrons after a few too many black belly whiskies. Now take a moment to gather your wits and we'll get started with learning you the ways of the city. Ba, ba, ba. Blah, 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 blah. Right then, let's start you off nice and easy with 3 tasks that'll help you get used to life here in Limsa. Firstly, if you head down a floor, then point your nose to the west, you'll get an eyeful of the great glowing crystal in the middle of the courtyard. That's an aetheryte, a device that can move you from one place to another in the blink of an eye. Ain't no swifter way to travel, providing there's an aetheryte where you want to go, of course. Have a chat with the yellow jacket on guard down there, and you'll be treated to a lecture on the workings of the device. Before you do that, though, remember to touch the thing. Strange as it sounds, it won't work till you have. Second on the list is the marketplace. You'll find weapons and armor and all your venturing bits and pieces for sale in the district what lies beyond the aetheryte. Don't go throwing your gill around just yet, though, or you'll get fleeced quicker than you can say, "Why's me crowing power so light?" Have a word with Swozblade instead. He's the head of the Merchants League, by the way. Give him this old octant and he'll treat you well. For the last of me helpful hints, I suggest you meet some fellow spellslingers at the Arcanist Guild. I guarantee you'll learn a few new tricks for your tome if you decide to join their crew. Murray at the front desk is the one to get you started. Got all that, lad? Seeing to them 3 tasks will take you on a little jaunt around the city and help you work out where everything is. Now, I'd best be getting on. Run along, eh? Bugger it. There I go, sending you off without telling you something crucial. That bloody calamity's made a right mess of me memory, I swear. Well, that or the ale. Any road, while you're out, if you happen to pass any poor souls what look like they might need your help, consider giving their tale of woe a listen, eh? Sounds like a chore, I admit, but you never know what interesting opportunities could be lurking out there, just waiting for you to stumble on them. For example, Ninia over yonder's been casting glances at you since you waltzed in. Why not lend an ear and see what she has to say? You'd like to find yourself running odd errands in the beginning, but once you build the reputation as a man folk can trust, the jobs will get harder and the rewards more generous. If you've the time, I'd also seek the advice of the smith here in the winch. The lads as bear the titles have some fine advice for them what are just starting out in the profession. And that, my lad, is how you go about becoming a legend among venturers. blah. Have to pick up this side quest. Oh, would you look at this? A shiny new adventurer. Listen close, lad. I have some information that might just help put you on the map here in Limsa. I was just passing through Bulwark Hall below not long ago and saw a bunch of herbs just scattered about on the ground. Now, I'm not entirely certain, but I think they might have been the black market ware known as dream flowers. Limsa Lominsa is a busy port, and not all the merchants that blow in across the strait are above board, if you know what I mean. How'd the plants end up in the mizzenmast? Who knows? Might have been a deal gone bad. The important thing is you make a name for yourself by handing them in. Speak to Skeynrail, and she'll get you down to the first floor. Then all you have to do is pick up the herbs and take them to Odskiff at the Octon. Being a worldly captain, he knows a thing or two about such shady goods. I'm actually gonna go hit this Ethernet crystal first. I can't. Okay. To Bulwark Hall. Took a second for things to load in, huh? But I'm not gonna turn that in just yet. First, I'm gonna go get some eggs. Ah, another novice adventurer. Aye, Baderon has sent more than a few of your kind this way of late. I'm Sundamol, one of the Yellow Jackets tasked with keeping the peace in the city. It's also my charge to provide guidance in the use of this device. Fear not, I shall be brief. Aetherites are crystalline structures that tap into ethereal energies. They're primarily used as a means to travel swiftly from one place to another. Return and teleport. The most common transportation spells make direct use of the Aetherites and their connection to the flow of ether. And as these devices are found in almost every corner of Eorzea, any adventurer worthy of the name will wish to seek out and attune himself to each one. Once you've expanded your horizons beyond the walls of the city, you will soon find yourself performing the act of attunement as a matter of course. Thank you for the follow. My follows are anonymous, so if you're just wanting to lurk, I won't call you out. But if you chat, I will absolutely love to have a chat with you. There is, however, Corvus Kitty. Welcome in. I love that emote. That's a cute emote. There is, however, no need for unseemly haste. The Aetherites found in and around the city will be sufficient for the present, I assure you. Should you wish to learn more about Aetherites or transportation magic, I will be here to answer your questions. Hey, yourself. How are you doing? Purple Bunny. Yeah. This is a brand new alt. I wanted to be Cute Bun Boy. So, I'm Cute Bun Boy. And home point's already set. Free destination. My main character's all caught up. I have like 2 other characters that are just like a patch or 2 behind. And then a few other characters that are somewhere in between. So I have played this game a ton. I thought I'd just start this brand new character just for stream, and because I haven't seen most of these cutscenes since playing it on my first character, so I'm looking to. That's not the supplier I want. I'm looking to like experience the entire game all the same. Oh, yeah, yeah. So close to finishing Endwalker with your main or with an alt? 20 eggs. Eggs, the most useful food for the beginning adventurer. Excuse me. Main does on Endwalker, but you're working on an alt. Cool. Yes, I'm alt skiff. You have some herbs you wish me to examine? Yes, as you suspected, these are the highly illegal blooms known as dream flowers. They are the prime ingredient in the creation of somnus, a substance whose fragrance is said to lull the sniffer's mind into the sleep of death. Forgive me, I could not resist the jest. These herbs are not more than Althic lavender, a common enough export from Limsa. In fact, these probably spilled from crates that were loaded onto my very own ship. I think someone's been having a bit of fun with you, son. But not to worry, you've learned a few things and made a new acquaintance. Well met. Ba-ba-ba. Oh, you're a warrior main. Awesome. My main is max level for everything except I don't think I've gotten blue mage to max since the increase. So blue mage is still at 70, everything else is at 90. But I mostly play white mage. I'm thinking I'm gonna be mostly scholar. I do generally do all the side quests, to an extent. In ARR, they're really useful for leveling, especially because there's so many different jobs. And then on my main, I do all of them. And on alts, it depends how many different jobs I'm trying to level up at the same time. I've done a couple alts where I've gone through like the latest expansions, trying to maintain like one job from each like category or role, and so for that I need like all the side quests, and then for my main, obviously I'm just gonna do all of them and keep things clean. I think I'm missing a few from like post Shadowbringers that I haven't finished yet, but for the most part I've got like all the side quests in the game on my main. Excuse me. That's you don't need to do it. But also you might need to do it. A fine morning to you, sir. Welcome to the most replete marketplace in the grand realm of Eorzea, where every shelf groans under the weight of wonders born from all four corners of the world. Pray browse the stalls until your eyeballs ache from the ogling the overabundance of unbelievable bargains. Now, as much as I would love to elaborate on the unrivaled quality of our merchandise, I must tend to some cargo but recently arrived at the docks. You better a gift from Baderon. Whatever could it... Ah, my Octant. By the navigator, I must have left it behind in the winch, along with a week's pay and several bells' worth of intoxicated memories. I am most grateful to have it back. This tool is a keepsake for my days as a ship captain, you see. Needless to say, your good deed must be repaid, and what better recompense than the wisdom of a master merchant? If it is simple and sturdy adventuring equipment you seek, you need look no further than the east and west arms of Hawker's Alley. Lest you doubt, each gil you invest in arms and armor will be money well spent. Adventuring is, after all, a dangerous profession in its very nature. It goes without saying that Hawker's Alley boasts stalls specializing in the tools of every martial discipline imaginable. And within but a few steps are bazaars and apothecaries that will most amply supply all your potion and perishable needs. Our keen-eyed agents procure a frankly befuddling range of wares during their sojourns to distant shores, so it pays to become familiar with the type and price of the goods offered by each stall. Such knowledge will serve you well if your purse is light or your time is short. Ah, but verbal instruction of this kind will only profit you so much. Experience has ever been the surest teacher, if not the kindest. I invite you to explore the markets for yourself. Alright, looks like we got an ad in like 6.5 minutes. So we'll head over here. Grab his Ethernet shard. And you know what? I think I will just start this ad break a little early, and then take a little BRB. So I'll be right back in just a few minutes. The ads will run for like 3 minutes, and then we'll have a full hour without any ads. Aha, turbo for the win. Yeah, I'll probably be back before the ad break is done, and just like maybe get stuff out of the mail Moogle and stuff, but I will be taking a quick break while the ads run. We are back. And right as the ad's finished. I don't want a random FC invite. Welcome to the Arcanist Guild. It's here that we research and develop the field of Arcanima. Arcanima is the science of employing arcane geometries, intricate patterns that map the unlocked mysteries of existence to draw forth and manipulate the body's etheric energies. Ah, but if I'm not mistaken, I missed that. The roots of Arcanima can be traced back to the esoteric calculations practiced by the peoples of the South Sea Isles, as these island folk that first discovered a method to express natural phenomena in mathematical terms. Oh, are you on Marlborough? Building onto this process, the existing mathematical formulae were further developed into arcane geometries, precise patterns that allowed a practitioner to weave ether into specific magical effects. The mages who invoked this new form of magic became known as Arcanists, and the school of Arcanima was born. Many such mages, wishing to expand their understanding of the world, took to the seas aboard trading vessels. Upon their arrival in Lemsalominsa, Arcanists found themselves welcomed into the academic elite, and soon secured positions in the realms of governance and council. The knowledge of an Arcanist, however, is traditionally passed on from master to chosen disciple. As such, Admiral Merwib, counting several wielders of Arcanima among her personal staff, became concerned that this exclusionary practice would lead to the eventual extinction of the art. Was that you? So at the Admiral's express orders, an official Arcanist Guild was established and funding was provided for research and training. The complex and demanding nature of Arcanima, however, remains the greatest threat to its own future. If you would continue your study of this challenging discipline, then I must insist that you indicate your commitment to joining our guild. Well, have you decided to enroll in our guild, or are you now intimidated by the thought of excessive thinking? Your sound judgment is to be commended. Now, standard practice dictates that I introduce you to our guildmaster, that you might convey your intentions in person. Due to extraordinary circumstances, however, he is unreachable at present. Instead, you may speak to Mistress Thubergame. She has shouldered full responsibility for the guild's leadership in the interim. You'll find her just over there by the bookshelves. You needn't be shy, though her mind is sharp and critical, her manner is always most welcoming. Gotta get back to gathering. Well, I would send you a friend request, but you just disappeared. Yes, I'm Thurbergame. Greetings and welcome to the Arcanist Guild. As Muri has doubtlessly explained, I am serving as acting guildmaster until our wayward leader deigns to return. I assume our capable receptionist also spoke of our art's origins. Allow me then to expound upon its nature. Arcanima taps into the living energies of ether. The evidence of this is represented most aptly perhaps by our ability to manifest the arcane entity Carbuncle, and the manner of magic which this ethereal ally employs at our command. The core of the discipline, however, is found in the pursuit of definitive solutions to any potential quandary. Even on the field of battle, nay, especially on the field of battle, this principle takes precedence. If one wishes to make certain the question of victory, then one must apply the most effective strategy. An Arcanist is measured by his ability to calmly analyze a situation from moment to moment and respond with the most appropriate spells at hand. The study of Arcanima will test your mental faculties to the point of perplexity. Are you prepared to reason your way through predicament after predicament? I am prepared to. Did you random name? Kind of. I did like go through like the random names, and I found one that I liked. And actually, I found a first name and a last name that I like. I looked at the last names on like one of the wikis, and found one that I liked, like the meaning of, and then picked a first name from like the random ones that I liked the name, and that's how I got the name for my bun boy. An unambiguous response, the kind I most prefer. Now, let us now see if the clarity of your words is matched by the sharpness of your mind. At Laura Lenosia, you'll find, among others, 3 species of pest: wolf rats, little ladybugs, and araliae. I ask that you employ your skill in Arcanima to eradicate 3 of each type of creature. Leave the city through the Tempest Gate, and you'll soon encounter the potential targets in abundance. As long as you remain focused, I do not foresee these opponents causing you or your budding abilities undue difficulty. Once you return from completing this preliminary trial, I'll welcome you as an official member of the Arcanist Guild. May your judgment remain swift and clear. Oh, is this you, Lily? Awesome. Is this your alt or your main? I've already gotten that. Alt soon to be main. Oh, cool. So you're working on getting this, like, to, like, the point that your main is at, and then replacing which one you spend the most time on. That's cool. I still have this, like, my main is the character that I first started with. Oh, only tank. Nice. I do enjoy tank, but I just have had so much more opportunity to play healers that, like, that's basically all I do anymore. All 4 tanks to 90. Nice. Nice. 11 mil. That's pretty good. I think I've got like 19 mil in my main right now. Just before I actually leave the city, I'm gonna get these last few ether insurance. Upstairs. Yeah, I've made most of my money actually cooking on my main. Generally, like, when a new, like, tier of raid food comes out, I will just spend weeks just gathering mats and cooking that and selling all the excess. I'll keep, like 100 for myself and then sell off everything else. And yeah, and then I end up spending most of my gil on, there's Mail will go over here, right? On making glams for friends. Just but right now I'm doing pretty well with the most recent raid tier food. I don't need this spiel. I just want all my shit. That is my Arcanist mount, which I'm definitely going to need for this character, if that's going to be my 24 mil. Nice. There's the earring. That's going to be important. Oh yeah, those are good. I used to do maps all the time. My main is in like Crossworld Link Shell for maps, map hunts specifically. And I used to do those all the time, but then, you know, I started my alts and stuff, and like a lot of the like time that I used to spend on, you know, that kind of thing, on raid hunts and like hunt trains and you know, maps, stuff like that, ended up going into maintaining alts instead. Alright, let's see what we got. Got mounts, which I can't use yet, but I have them. Fist bump. Draft chocobo. And this is a really nice one. Alright. I did not mean to put all of these in here. That is one thing that, like, I need to update the settings of. Which is in... Okay. There we go. Yeah, between the friendship circlet and the earring, that carries a lot of... Oh, gotta go talk to Bateron first. That does a lot of work for the early levels. From pre-ordering Endwalker, yeah, that's what the earring is that I got equipped right now. Ah, there you are, Iris. Enjoy your jaunt round the city, did you? If you mean to base yourself in Limsa Lominsa, that won't be the last time you'll visit them three places. And now you got some idea of what's where, you can start exploring the rest of the town. You've shown a good ear for listening, lad. Stick with old Baderon and you'll go far. Is that earring? Still can't go in the inn, can I? Yeah, not yet. Gotta go do my Arcanist quest. That should get me up to level 4. Oh no, yeah, I just went to the Moogle and got everything out of the Moogle. So it's already. I just equipped it. Along with the friendship circlet. You get that from. That's the wrong way. You get that from a friend using your invite code when they sign up for the subscription for the first time. And that's similar, but it is a 20% bonus, but only up to level 30. Alright, now I can go to the Tempest Gate directly from here. Easy peasy. I'm gonna eat another egg. Yeah, so right now I'm at 53% extra experience points between the earring, the circlet, and the food bonus. Fate, eh? Might as well. These early fates are pretty easy. Decent experience too. I need one more after this. Yep, this will do it. Actually, I would love to have the teleport spell, so I'm gonna just run all the way down to this, to Morby Dry Docks before I go back. I do have the carbuncle now. Not that he really does much till next level, but you know, might as well. Gives me the Radiant Aegis, at least. Oh yeah, can't use those till level 10 anyways. Okay. Now I will return. See, the creatures beyond the city walls posed you a little threat. It is with great pleasure then that I formally recognize your initiation into the guild. From this day forth you may proudly bear the title of Arcanist. I suggest you continue your forays into the wilderness and keep the pages of your grimoire turning. There's no finer teacher than the harsh mistress of experience. And to commemorate this occasion, I gift you with this hunting log. The enemies marked within its pages have been specifically chosen to challenge your abilities in Arcanima. When you devise a new strategy or tactic, you now have a ready source of opponents on which to test it. And when you feel you can command Carbuncle as easily as you might move your own limbs, return to me for further instruction. I will be waiting. Blah blah blah. I can already do that, so I will. Ah, Iris, isn't it? Are you eating well? An empty stomach distracts the mind and leads to hurried judgment. I must oft remind my arcanists to take meals, so ensconced do they become in their studies. Speaking of such, have you been practicing your tactics with Carbuncle? I believe it is time to assess the improvement of your skills. As with your previous trial, I would have you defeat foes in Lower Lanosia, 3 wild Doros and 3 tiny Mandragoras to be precise. Watch carefully the behavior of your opponents, formulate an effective strategy, and utilize your arcane entity to its fullest potential. I expect you back in time for lunch. In time for lunch? It's 3:02 in Eorzea. Back to Lower Lanosia. Die, wharf rats. Ah, I got gem shine. There's my dodos. There's my wind sprites. Yeah, let's just go unlock mist real quick while I'm here. Why is there no music? There it is. I am just gonna like breeze right through this because this is unimportant. Yeah, someone wants me to check this out. This will be useful later when I have to come back to this spot and there's no etherite here. So I can just go to mist and then leave through, I can go to mist from the main etherite in Limsa and then just leave this way to get back here. Blah blah blah, you can't be there because you're not an adventurer. Alright, back to Limsa. Turn in this quest. Welcome back, Iris. It appears your coordination with Carbuncle is progressing at a satisfactory pace. Shall we test your growing acumen with a more practical examination? Our work at Melvin's Gate requires us to inspect and record the contents of incoming cargo. To simulate such a task, I've had several crates transported to the cliff south of the Zephyr Gate. I want you to examine those crates, then return the inspected cargo here to me. You would be surprised at the depths to which some merchants will sink to deter our customs agent from performing thorough investigations. false bottoms, rotten foodstuffs, flesh-eating vilekin. I suggest you be prepared for any eventuality. Zephyr Gate it is. Though, that's also, I think, where they're gonna send me for MSQ. So, 2 birds. Beta run, what did you get for me? Still in Limsa, are you, Iris? How'd you fancy a trip outside the city walls? I'd like you to visit an orchard by the name of Summerford Farms. Ever heard of the place? The owner, Stelwyn, is an old mate of mine. He got himself a crew of mostly reformed pirate types, if you can believe that, and has been trying to bring a bit of life back to the fields after the calamity ruled the soil. I mentioned needing another hand or two, and your name sprang to mind. I gave you a glowing recommendation, so make sure you work hard and impress the old bastard. You need directions? Place ain't hard to find, just take the Zephyr Gate out of the city and follow the road northeast. See? Zephyr Gate. Alright, Carbuncle. Let's do it. Taking notes? I'm not a threat. Pray ignore my presence for the present and allow me a moment to cogitate. The reaction to my sudden appearance was within expected parameters, but I must admit I did not expect so proficient a performance against the enemies set against you. Yet, effective though your tactics were, I spied much room for improvement. As I watched you battle, the wheels of my mind whirled into motion, as they are wont to do, inventing other possible strategies you might have employed. Let's see. Taking into account your current level of ability, factoring the etheric constant, multiplying by the number of opponents, then applying your tactics to other potential combat scenarios. Oh dear. My calculations indicate failure upon encountering threat level 9785. Well, we'll have to see what we can do about that. Though the opportune window to do so has passed, I would nevertheless introduce myself. I am Kalia, a Melvane Gate Assessor. Acting Guildmaster Thubergame elected me to oversee your training and provide any necessary guidance and instruction in the field of Arcanima. From what I have observed thus far, you have an admirable grasp of the fundamentals. I do, however, wish to confirm one small detail. Regarding your choice of arcane geometries, what factor most influences your actions during battle? I simply do what feels right. Aha! Just as I predicted. And now I have the final element needed to perform another calculation. The probability of you becoming an Arcanist of note is 90%? Give or take half a percent. Yes, the certainty is quite high. After all, I only know of one other practitioner who responded to my question in the same manner. It was the man who bestowed upon me this grimoire, the Guildmaster himself. While our inscrutable leader is, as I'm sure you've heard, on an indefinite leave of absence, he did leave us with his most notorious saying to date. Strategy is a tool used to manipulate one's situation into the desired reality. No matter how gifted you and I might be, however, the instantaneous manipulation of reality that might cause us to suddenly become mighty arcanists is beyond our present abilities. Discipline and experience is the finest strategy in this case. I suggest you continue to focus on refining your aptitude with carbuncle. Mastery with an arcane entity will greatly improve your success as a wielder of Arcanima. Here ends your lesson for today. Pray return directly to the guild. I believe Mr. Thubergame is awaiting some inspected cargo. And what of myself? I'm off to the fields, of course. The tactics I reasoned out earlier must be attempted in real-life scenarios. Theory is all well and good, but there's no substitute for actual combat. We will meet again soon. Bye. And off we go to the farm. Squid! Hi. Welcome in. How's it going? Thank you for the follow. There's usually an alert when that happens. Instead of just a sound. I'm not sure. It says that was your first time chatting, so maybe you haven't actually been here. And here we are at Summerford Farms. Oh, maybe. This guy is down here, right? 4 a.m. for you, huh? Crazy. He's not down here. He's back up here, where I just was. Yeah, I'm usually lurking in like at least 3 different streams. Pretty much 24/7. Stale worm. Ah, you must be the adventurer Baderon promised to send along. Eris Umua was it? You honored his word, so that's a good start. I'm Staleworn, the old bastard, as Baderon likely described me, and this here is my humble orchard. A good number of the lads and lasses working here once terrorized the high seas, and if you're wondering why I employed these scrags, well, they used to crew my pirate ship. But the calamity did for our ship like it did so many others, and I was sore wounded in the bargain.
I had to feed myself and my crew somehow, and Admiral Merwib's initiative to get us landlocked buccaneers working in the fields seemed too fine an offer to refuse.
Oh, are you driving right now?
Well, it turns out you can take the pirate away from the sea, but you can't take the sea away from the pirate. A lot of my blokes just never took to tending the soil, you see. And unfortunately, the botanists I called in to train them have been wringing their hands in black despair. With so much work piling up, I need a tougher soul like you to step in and help where it's needed.
Squid, don't text and drive.
I have a mind to set you a task, Webs. But before I do, I need to be sure you're properly kitted out. Pirates don't care to parley with dandies, you understand?
Excuse me.
Might well be that the ones here have traded in their cutlasses for coulters, but they're still rogues at heart. I know a solid set of gear when I see it. Come back when you think you're more suitably equipped.
Okay. I'll come back when I'm more suitably equipped. I only have 250 gil right now. Hey, Corvus Kitty. You're... Of course, you're just logging out now. I was gonna have you buy me a level 5 set of gear. Actually, 250 might be enough. Plus I'm getting some from the Arcanist Guild right here. I already have feet. I can get chest from the Arcanist Guild. Ah, Iris. Have you returned with the cargo? Yes, everything seems to be in order. Relatively clear of blood and other gore. That can be something of a problem in our profession, you understand. I also had word from Clahia regarding your performance. She seemed eager to continue your training. An odd lass, I'll admit, but the guild can boast no finer mind for tactics. You do well to heed the instruction she offers, particularly that which touches on the diligent approach to our art. Yeah, level 5 gear's pretty cheap, and there's actually lots of quests that give it out, so I'll probably be fine. Did you perhaps notice the battered Tom Kalihia carries? That Initius grimoire has served her from the day she entered the guild. She has a reason, but it's admittedly strange to see it kept all the way to her present position as Foreseer. I fear such an intense focus on Arcanima has led her to overlook other important aspects of life. As our master strategist guides your Arcanist training, I hope that you might return the favor and help to broaden her own perspective somewhat. But enough of such matters for the moment. You've done well this day, Iris. Continue your practice with Carbuncle as Kalihia has bid. I'll be here when the time comes for your next lesson. Let's see, this is just body, so I can use that. This does not count, so I do actually need a hat. Let's see what I can get from the marketplace. And what I actually need to get from quests and stuff. That's arms. I need armor. 113. Okay, so no, I'm not going to be able to afford to buy all of it. So let's go around and check these side quests. I probably need to get them for... That's just experience and earth crystal. That's got some gil to it. I'm just gonna speedrun the side quests though. The yellow trash quests. Yeah, a lot of these yellow quests have gear for them. Mostly the ones that you pick up in the various guild HQs. But I think there's some of these random ones out here that have... Hell yeah, get some NOS. Do you drink a lot of NOS, Squid? I would assume so, since that's your emote. That used to be my energy drink of choice. I mean, it still is. I just don't drink energy drinks very often anymore. Same. Like, I don't know that it ever has actually like perked me up or anything, but I do enjoy the flavor. 115 gil. I haven't tried the whipped strawberry. I'm not a big fan of like the regular Rockstar, but I think I've tried some other flavor. I can't remember which flavors I've actually tried, but like some of the flavored ones are good. Oh yeah, this is just a normal business. Nothing untoward going on here. Yeah, regular Rockstar, I didn't like. Regular Monster either. But some of the like flavored stuff is fine. NOS though has always been like my favorite. Oh, it's non-carbonated, huh? Interesting. Alright, let's see what's upstairs. That's all the stuff that gives out gil or gear down here. I might also pick up quests outside the city. There might be some. Yeah, here's some gear. There's some gear, but I've already got chest piece. It's better, but I can take the gil. Interesting. Probably a lot better for you not having all that acid in your mouth anyways. There's some gloves. That's gil. Oh, so it's probably not far off from just like a highly energized like sport drink. Like, not even a full sugar one. And back to Carver Lane, probably. Yep, Carver Lane. God damn it. I don't know how much I missed, but oh well. I was just saying that it's nice how in this game drop rates for quests are 100%, with only a couple exceptions. And those are just for like relic weapons that are like, it's like the most powerful stuff in an expansion. What am I supposed to use? A little ice go? Okay. We got an ad about to start. I'm gonna just keep doing some boring grinding while it goes. So you're not gonna be missing anything important. Die, Hedgemole. Sometimes I like just killing something by hitting it with a blow. It's fun. take that. There we go. And I get the ring bands. Okay, that's actually enough for the quest. So I'm just gonna turn in the quest that I already have. Thank you for the follow. I have my follows anonymous. So if you just wanted to lurk and check out the stream, that's absolutely fine. I won't call you out. But if you want to chat, we can have a good chat. Ganja, hi, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. Alright, back to Limsa. My evening's going well. I just started this this new character. Just going through a portion of the game that I haven't done in a while. I've done this portion of the game many times. A Dragoon, I do like Dragoon. I will get to Dragoon maybe eventually on this character, but primarily I'm going to be doing Arcanist. My main I am kind of like a white mage main. Haven't gotten any headpiece yet. But I want to do more scholar stuff, get more comfortable with that, because my favorite DPS is Summoner, so I'd like to be more comfortable with Scholar than I am. Could have just taken the elevator instead of going all the way out to this Ethernet shard, but oh well. You know, it'd be nice at least, you know, to do that, especially when the new expansion comes out. Oh, you like it 11. Yeah, I tried to get into 11 like a year ago and just couldn't get past the... It's old. I think if I'd gotten into it when it was newer, I really would have enjoyed it and probably could enjoy it now, but I don't know that I will ever be able to get into it fresh. Where is this? Right out. Okay. Lower Lenosia. Nope. Middle Lenosia. the UI, that was a big thing. It was the UI is painful, and yeah, it's just old. There's nothing like that I could tell was like bad about it. Just old. Oh, okay, that was the right place to go. Already got better ring bands than that, but I can take the gill. Okay, so now oh really? Lose XP on death, that's rough. You couldn't lose a level, could you? Just XP? Oh, right. I have to actually put the hat on. I was like, wait, I did it. Why can I not put that question? I never actually put the hat on. Because I don't want to wear it. You could lose levels? Oh, that's terrible. I can understand, like, you know, dying, you lose experience that you've gained since the last level, but going down levels, that is really rough. Erstwhile Buccaneers are an ornery lot. They rage in love for the sea and care little for the laws of the land, but they respect strength, and by the looks of you, I'd say you have little trouble getting their attention. Cool. I've already got that. So. Umua's west. That aura of confidence tells me you've not been idle since last we met. I hope I've read you aright, for I have a task that requires the attention of a capable adventurer. Might that adventurer be you? I really wish that people would stop using my last name, because I have to say it if they say it. Good to hear. Then I shall lay before you the sorry tale. You will have heard rumors of the abductions. Aye, citizens have been disappearing from every corner of Limsa Lominsa, as if plucked from the face of Heidelin, boots and all, by an unseen hand. And what's this got to do with Summerford Farms, you might ask? Well, that remains to be seen. But it seems a collection of right unsavory fellows with azure-tattooed faces has been creeping up to the edges of the fields and spying on my yeomen. Now, I doubt anyone would enjoy being scrutinized by such savages at the best of times, but the farmhands are convinced that they're the kidnappers of rumor come for their hides. Oh, that sucks. Hours of grinding just gone. Now, I doubt anyone would enjoy... Oh, I already read that one. Needless to say, they're beside themselves with worry, and their work's suffering for it. Which is the very last thing I need when my old crewmen are still getting used to their new jobs. 'Tis a struggle to get them to leave the farmhouse of a morning. That is, as they say, where you come in. Would you be willing to investigate these tattooed thugs for me? Good lad. The sooner we get to the bottom of this, the sooner this place will start to resemble a working farm again. I suggest you begin by having a look around Seasung Grotto. If reports are to be believed, our unwelcome visitors have occupied the place. Be careful, though, Muaz. I couldn't say for sure what men or miscreants we're dealing with here. If they are the kidnappers, well, just be on your guard, alright? That sound effect for fall damage. Doesn't matter how far you fall, it always sounds brutal. Yeah, that's one thing that they've taken into 14 is you can just do every single class on a single character, which I've played a lot. I have to go down further. Okay, yeah, cave opening over here. I played a lot of MMOs, and this is the only one that I've played where you can just do all of the jobs on a single character. So if you want, you only have to do the story once. You could do all of the jobs. You don't have to do multiple. A ninja tank. Oh, that's cool. So yeah, all of the jobs in this are separate. Like, you know, you can't use Dragoon abilities when you're playing ninja anymore. There used to be some crossover stuff, but that's been gone for years and years and years.
I am the waves that bear. I am the winds that guide. I am the evening stars. I am the morning sky. I am born of the sea, and there shall I die. Thus reads the sailor's requiem, carved into yonder stone. Such words well describe the manner in which the citizens of Limsa Lominsa live their lives. It is both a litany against misfortune for those out on the waves, and a prayer that the souls of those who perish on land might find their way back to the sea. Ah, you are the adventurer I've seen around Summerford Farms. I thought myself on the trail of the kidnappers, but it would seem I have missed my mark. Or perhaps not. As I suspected, the etheric disturbance here is no natural occurrence. Nor is it a coincidence that the two of us should come here in search of those responsible for the disappearances, only to be attacked. But who stands to benefit from the keeping of this secret? Oh, such thoughts must wait. Let us attend to the task at hand, unpleasant though it be.
Oh, that's it. That is interesting. That sounds like fun, though. Like being able to mix and match your classes. Oh, interesting. You had to have Thaumaturge and Archer before you could be a Black Mage.
Phew.
Yeah, so 14 did use the like class into an advanced job for just for 1.0 and 2.0. So right now I am an Arcanist, and Arcanist, most classes only have a single job that they get at level 30. Arcanist gets 2. It's the only one that's like that. It's kind of awesome. But yeah, at level 30 you get to like evolve your job into your class into a more advanced job.
Hear, feel, think. Crystal bearer. I am Heidelin, all made one. A light there once was that shone throughout this realm, yet it hath since grown dim. And as it hath faltered, so hath darkness risen up in its stead, presaging an end to life. For the sake of all, I beseech thee, deliver us from this fate. The power to banish the darkness dwelleth in the crystals of light. Journey forth and lay claim to them. By thy deeds shall the crystals reveal themselves to thee. Only believe, for the light liveth in thy heart.
If by
Awake
shine my
again,
light you mean like
are we?
kill everything, I absolutely will.
Aha! The poor creature's fury was kindled with cruel forethought. See this blade? I found it in the Gubu's back. I have seen knives of this kind before. They are most commonly used for the cutting of rope.
Like on a ship?
It would appear our culprits are seafaring men of some persuasion. Piratical being the most probable.
Well, we are in Limsa.
In any event, you seem much recovered from your sudden affliction. I
Limsa, at least.
confess, I was rather taken aback when you collapsed at the very moment of our victory. Mayhap a surfeit of ether?
Actually, kind
I
of a
beg your
vision.
pardon. A towering crystal. I'm sure I don't... Oh! Well, well. This has been a day of unexpected revelations. I must continue my investigation. In the meantime, I suggest you deliver this knife to your patron, along with a warning concerning the pirate's probable involvement in this murky business. The days ahead promise little rest, I fear. May our paths cross again, under the light of the crystal.
Right? It's like, it's weird to see her with, like, pupils. It's great. I'll spend 100 gil. Give me my chocobo so that I can ride something else. Of Mua West, right glad am I to see you safely returned. My lads were all gabbing about hearing what sounded like all 7 hells breaking loose near the grotto, and I feared I'd sent you to your death. If you were in the middle of that commotion, I hope it yielded something of interest. I'd hate to think you'd risk your life for naught. A blade pulled from the back of the creature you slew at the cave, eh? Aye, I'd agree that such a knife would be part of any seafaring man's kit. I'm starting to think that these ruffians are pirates, come to lurk my farmhands back to a life of plunder. Chances are they didn't take kindly to your appearance on their doorstep and set a maddened Gubu on you. Aye, the pirates have been adding to their numbers of late. I had best warn the lads and lasses in my employ to be on guard against their schemes. You met someone else at the grotto? A woman with a strange contraption? Ah, Y'shtola. She's been in Limsa Lominsa for a good while now. Her studies of the ether often bring her out to Summerford, so her presence at the grotto is hardly unusual. She's an odd-looking lass, I grant you, but she's not the kind to associate with kidnappers. You may take my word for that. Where trust should be lacking is in those yeomen of mine who have yet to wholly relinquish their pirate pasts. The temptation to return to the free and easy life of a buccaneer may prove too strong to resist. You have my thanks at Mua West. If it weren't for the efforts of stalwart adventurers like yourself, this farm would be in a far worse state than it is. Just you keep on lending your talents to those in need, eh? Help bring Limsa the brighter future she deserves. That's Sea Sloth Severin and his lot, never around when there's work to be done.
I'd sooner hire you for the sake of getting things done, but then the rapscallions would never learn. Round them up and let them know that Stelwern would like a word, and don't take no for an answer. Okay. Work? Ha! Can't work when me hands are full lifting this mug. You know, I'd wager me last gill you'd never guess what I'm drinking. Well, you're right about the swill part. I reckon it might be worth a day of doing Stelwern's chores if it'll afford me a taste of proper grog. Oh, I'm level 10 now. That might help later. Hey, get to work. How am I supposed to work on an empty stomach? Go on, have a guess what I had for breakfast. Ash tuna. What? Gods, how'd you know? It's my breath, ain't it? Probably smells as wooden as the food tasted. But I know why you're here. I'd just as soon get some real food in me, but I ain't one to reject a summons from the captain. Ooh, you got food. Well, enjoy your food, and always sunny. Axes were made for splitting skulls, not stumps. You know what I did in my sailing days? Wanton slaughter? You bet your beard I did, lad. Aye, those were the days. I reckon now I'll have to be satisfied taking my axe to the trees. So Stelwern sent you. Yeah, what do you reckon I say to that? Damn right. Didn't get where I am by taking guff from any glorified gardeners. But I suppose I could see what he wants to get him off my back. Sometimes you try to take a shortcut that ends up being a long cut. And there's Severin himself. Hi, I'm Severin. You the old man's errand boy now? Tell my dear old captain not to wet his britches. I'll be along. Oh, just so we're clear, I don't care for landlubbers. Go find the chocobo you rode in on and ride on out. I rode in on a boat. Ooh, lasagna. I could go for some lasagna. You continue to impress, lad. All but Severin are accounted for. It's no fault of yours he squirmed out. I've let that worm wriggle through my fingers more times than I can count. Rest assured, the next time I see him, I'll put him squarely in the dirt, where all such worms belong. Excuse me. Pains me to say, but all the gil in the world can't buy loyalty. There are some like you who can be trusted, but then there are others. Till now, I've had no choice but to rely on that charlatan Severin, even though I'm full aware he's been doing shady deals behind my back. More than once I've heard tell of improper trading with goblins. I wouldn't be the least surprised if that were happening right now. Not a bell ago, a sack of oranges vanished, as did Severin. I want you to find and confront the bastard for me, Musev. That was not even close. I'm sure there's wrongdoing afoot, so be sure to doubt anything that comes out of his mouth. You are all the way down there. Hey, Severin, you got some oranges there? Bloody hells, I'm up the street without a paddle. What's this now? Stalwern sent you for the oranges. Huh, so the old bugger had known all this time. What does it matter anyway? Listen, you're one of them goody-goody adventurer types, right? Go rescue me mates from those double-dealing goblins. They're just over yonder by the bonfire. Alright. Is that it? Just 2 goblins? Ooh, slow bro. Pokey catch if you want it. He owes me one. Something. If you hadn't come, my dodo would have been cooked. Cooked dodo. Severin sent you. Ha! The way he flew out of here, I was sure he'd sold us down the river. You saved me, mates, and for that I owe ya. Suppose I should be ashamed I couldn't clean up my own mess. But pirate knows no shame. I've no qualms about going back on my word. I'm only giving you this sack because I like the cut of your jib. Take it as seen and send him my regards. What have we here? A delivery from Summerford Farms and as scheduled? Huh, there's a first time for everything. Well, look at that. Not a single one missing either. About the only things not here are those bagmen, and I don't miss them one bit. Here's Stalwern's payment in full. With you, I can trust it'll reach him. Back in one piece. That's a relief. How did you fare, Muawes? Ah, this is what I was aiming for. Looks to be all I was owed, all right. Though I'd be telling you false if I claimed I had not held out more hope for Severin. I was even willing to overlook the skimming off the top, but to sell us all short in favor of those god's-forsaken goblins. You do well to mind yourself around that two-guild cheat. If he'd leave his own mates for dead, there's no telling what he'd do to you. Cannot equip geared ahead, so I don't want it. Speaking of headgear, I got the wrong stuff equipped. And I have for quite a while. There we go. Blast! At this rate, the crops will never be ready for harvest. If only we had black loam, just a bit could send our stocks soaring. I'll bet Rotweeda knows where you might find some. Perhaps you might pay her a visit in the orchard. Gherkin's got a head of cabbage if he thinks I'm fetching him any black loam. But if you dare to pinch some from the cookpot, then be my guest. Just mind you don't get trampled upon by the aurochs that dwell there. Once you got 3 bushels worth, take the black loam to Frewel at Tiller's Rest. He'll know what to do. That ought to give you enough peace to get all the black loam. Even the weeds wither and die in this desolate dirt. But a bit of this black loam ought to change all that. I haven't seen any in ages. Gathered black loam's not for the weak of will, nor the weak of stomach, eh? Oh, don't tell me Gherkin and Rodweed neglected to mention where black loam comes from. Well, surely you figured it out on your own from the cloying stench. It comes from the Aurochs' lair, of all places. Well, why dwell on who misled whom about that? About what? What matters is that your efforts have brought us the black loam, and we can expect a bountiful harvest as a result. Thank you. Oh, cool. What am I... Oh, yeah, the weather stuff is better anyways. Confounded pirates. They know nothing of tilling, only killing. Stealing our shovels to melt and forge into axes of all things. They're biting the hand that feeds them, the mangy mongrels. I'd love to teach those curs a lesson in obedience myself, if I hadn't sworn to Staleworn that I wouldn't fight no more. So I need you to bring back our farm tools and make sure those dogs reap what they've sown. Okay. Avast ye scurvy dogs. Die or something. Didn't really mean to attack the captain. He doesn't give me anything, but you know, whatever. I wonder what those sea dogs will try and steal when there's no harvest. Good to see the tools back and in serviceable condition. Which will be more than we can say of Severin when we get our hands on him. A wretch likely had a role in the theft. Spied him meeting the pirates in secret, I did. I couldn't care less if the Westrel won't work, but when he consorts with cut purses to take our tools away, he's crossed the line. Staleworn ought to know what sort of scallywag he's dealing with. Take word to him, would you? Actually, before I go there, why don't I pick up the next Arcanist quest? Yes, Iris, the time for your next lesson is upon us. You're keeping well, I trust. Taking the occasional brisk walk. One cannot form sound thoughts if one fails to maintain a sound body. Now, assuming you've been following Kalihia's instructions, you should be ready to face the more dangerous threats found in western Lanosia. I speak of roselings and wild jackals, and yes, I would have you vanquish 3 of each. 'Tis the perfect sample size. The first acts as a preliminary test case, the second to test your hypotheses, the third to perfect the tactics you've devised. Speaking of which, I trust your strategy will consist of more than simply flinging a ruin over and over again. You're not the novice you once were, and your skills in the field ought to reflect that. If you find yourself wanting for other approaches, consider an assault with ruin in tandem with attacks from your carbuncle. When timed appropriately, you can deal a crippling blow to your opponent. What's my hunt log look like? Those aren't on this one.
your swift perch. Okay, so I'm just gonna leave that on there, and when I get there, I'll get there. Pirates making off with our tools? Frowell did well not to take matters into his own hands. Last thing I need is blood on my crops. But I'll be damned if Severin thinks he can take us for fools. His treachery won't go unpunished. Yeah, why not? Come to expect a great deal from you, lad, and you've never once let me down. Yet what I'd ask of you now goes beyond aught I'd have asked before. Would you hear my plea all the same? It eases my mind to have your ear. You're no doubt familiar with that scoundrel Severin by now. Well, the scheming scapegrace is at it again. Since that letter came for him, he's been skulking about in that manner he does when he's up to no good. Now he's rounded up his rogues and buggered off with nary a word to anyone. I've grown accustomed to his insolence, but something tells me this is different. It ain't exactly damning, but when last I had words with him, he didn't look defiant so much as hunted. I can't help thinking he's gone looking for trouble and found more than he wanted. So I was hoping you might hunt his sorry hide down and drag it back here before it's too late. The grateful little cur bites me every chance he gets, but I can't quite bring myself to cut him loose. I suppose he reminds me a bit of my younger self. Suffice it to say, I'd rather he didn't come to a sticky end. As for how to find him, I'd try asking Grinwita at the Aetheryte. She was the last one to see him. I dare say she'll be able to tell you where he was headed. Nothing that passes through those gates escapes my notice. I saw the Rouser and his rabble set out for Wood Whisper Canyon not long ago, singing about drinking themselves stupider. Cheeky sods said I should join them. I told him I'd rather shrivel up than sip whatever it was that had pickled their brains. If you find the idle swine, be sure and give him a cuff round the ear from me, will ya? Doduo in the chat. Pokey catch if you want it. Now, back where those pirates were, it looked like I had pirates on my hunt log. They're right over here somewhere. Yeah, here we go. Oops. Rude. Stop using your fucking tank abilities on me. Cleared that off my hunt log. go this way? Yes. I'm used to going down the south one. Of all the dirty, deceitful, downright dastardly deeds that slippery bastard's done. Claiming to take the lads out for a drink only to lead us straight into a bloody trap. It don't get no lower than that. Of course, I've learned to stay a step ahead of old Severin, so I was ready, but the others weren't so lucky. You gotta help them. It looks like there's gonna be an ad break in about 5 minutes. I will try to warn you again when it gets closer. When the ads do run, I'm gonna take a break myself. So you won't miss anything. But, yeah. So about 5 minutes till that. My axe may as well have been a white flag for all the good it did. Hope you fare better or the sorry bastards in there are done for. Severin might have got us into this mess, but I ain't about to let him give his life for us. I'd sooner bow to a fishback than be in that conniving bastard's debt. To arms! A true knave. You betray even yourself, Severin. Ugh! We were prepared to overlook the matter of your desertion on the condition that you provided us with suitable replacements. That was the agreement. Yet your latest change of heart leaves your debt to us unpaid. Few are they who betray the serpent reavers twice. You will not do so a third time. Carrying behind your protector will only delay the inevitable. Honorless wretch, your life is all you have left. And worthless though it be, we shall take it. O mournful voice of creation, grant ye this humble stone a soul that it may wake to life. Strong. Are you strong enough to withstand this? Yeah, I'll just move out of the way. Possibly never has this golem been so sorely tested. Done. That the golem could be vanquished. That man is no ordinary adventurer. The snake slithered away. I'm only glad he did not have the chance to sink his fangs more deeply into you.
Those pirates do not belong to any of the known Lominsan factions. Whom then do they serve? The Beast Tribes? Surely not. But the timing of their appearance coincides all too neatly with the recent surge in Sahagin and Kobold activity. Something is afoot. The question is, what? Could it be that the tribes are planning to summon their primals? 12 help us if it should prove so. Limsa would be hard-pressed to keep a single primal at bay, let alone 2. But all is yet speculation. I must needs find evidence. The seas continue to rise, while the lesser moon continues to fall. And ilm by ilm, the world becomes ever more unlike itself. It is as Louis Soir foretold. The coming of chaos has rendered the laws of nature mutable, blurring the boundary between the material and ethereal planes. Little now stands between us and the primals. But they are not here yet. Though time be against us, hope shall ever be on our side. Never did the creed of Charlian ring more true. Never did I dream that I would possess the means to see either. Yet now that I do begin to take it for granted. How swiftly do the wonders of Charlian seem commonplace. Here, for you. Have you come for the festivities? Today, the Maelstrom officially makes that great hole in the sea its training ground. Join in the celebrations. Wait, a disturbance in the etheric flow. But whence does it emanate? See some grotto, perhaps? What have we here? Can you walk? "'Tis I. Regrettably, no, he eluded me." "Understood. I will inform the Commodore." "You collapsed from your exertions. Are you suitably recovered?" "Severin here has apprised me of all that transpired. His accounts shed some light upon how you came to be attacked by a golem of all things. A golem is a mindless automaton, inert save when commanded to be otherwise. Common pirates could not hope to control such a thing, so arcane are its workings. But then these tattooed wretches are no common pirates. They are the minions of the Sahagin. As to their purpose, well, I shall get to the bottom of it. But first I must escort Severin back to his place of employment. I dare say Stalewern will be wondering what has become of him. And you too, for that matter. I will bear word to him of your preservation, but I am certain he would like to thank you in person. Pray pay the man a visit." "Ah, he told me of you, but perchance he did not tell you of me. My name is Y'shtola. I am a naturalist of sorts, surveying the ether in the hope that it might offer up some clue as to our predicament." "I'd say I owed you my life, but that don't cover it. If it weren't for you, my friends would be dead and all. 'Tis a debt I can never repay, but I'll not make things worse by running away. Take me to Summerford Farms, and I'll face the consequences." "For reasons I cannot fathom, you seem
Forgive me. Mayhap we shall have a chance to speak again when I have marshaled my thoughts. Until our paths next cross, farewell. Do I? Yeah, let's go. Since we're so close, we can go do the Arcanist quest. Maybe stop off and do that fate on the way. So I meant to take a break during the outbreak, but I didn't. Oh well. I think that happened during the cutscene. Which is unfortunate, but you know. Oops. Aha, this lightning sprite does count. Not in the right area. But sometimes that matters and sometimes it doesn't. Oh, that was it. It was just those three. Cool. Back to this. Hang on. Chocobo keep. Welcome back, Iris. How did it feel to conquer such ferocious foes? Let us ride that wave of triumph onto an even more demanding and dangerous challenge. Your next training exercise will have you accompanying Force Hero Kalihia on one of our inspections. This experience will afford you the opportunity to witness firsthand the practical application of Arcanima. Pray do not tarry, Iris. Kalihia awaits you on the floor below with the further details. Okay. A timely appearance, as I expected. Shall we proceed directly to the job at hand? I've been tasked with examining the wares of a goblin peddler caravan run by the Boylestocks family. Our agents suspect these Eastman merchants of dealing in forbidden goods. As such, I have calculated that announcing an inspection has a 60% chance of inviting physical violence. I prepared a strategy to respond to this possible shift into hostilities, but there's an important precondition that you should be made aware of before we discuss the finer points of my plan. Though I am considered gifted in the formation of tactics, I lack the reflexes and coordination necessary to employ many of those self-same strategies on the field of battle. Pray keep this factor in mind and adjust your perceptions accordingly. Now, should the goblins offer battle, you are to execute combat pattern 1345. Otherwise known as Stratagem Focus Fire. You and your carbuncle will concentrate your attacks on a single foe, and one by one the enemy will wither under the combined onslaught. Probability of victory, 95%. Reports place the peddlers in the vicinity of the cookpot in Middle Lenosia. I will depart immediately to assess the situation. Seek me out once you arrive. Okay. I think I'll finish off my hunt log real quick before I do that. That is all in Lower Lenosia. Between here and Cedarwood, I believe. for nesting buzzards, cave bats, galagos, and lightning sprites. Lightning sprites, I think, are all south of here, actually. I think everything else should be up this way. Time for another egg. So I know the cave bats and galagos are up here. Galagos will be over that way, cave bats are this way. Trying to remember where in Cedarwood the nesting buzzards are. I think over in this area. Alright, now I just need to find those buzzards. I think they're up this way. Those are kobolds. Maybe the orange trees? Might be near these orange trees. There they are. I was right. They're by the orange trees. That is not. Okay, now just got the lightning sprites, which will be by the bridge. So what I'm gonna do is unlock this chocobo keep. And then teleport down here. And use the chocobo keep down here to ride up to this bridge area. If there aren't... Actually, there's probably lightning sprites around that area. Like right outside here. Pretty sure there is. I think they just start to show up around the bridge. But they're in this whole area down here, I think. So let's bring out here. See if we can find... Yep, lightning sprites are right there. Yeah, there we go. Rank 1 hunting launch done. Alright, now back to Summerford Farms. Lo, I knew you'd return. You stole and delivered Severn a bit ago. Tales of your heroic deeds precede you. The rest came shuffling back too, the lot of them sporting the same haunted expression. It's me who's to blame for that, and the rest. I was once a serpent reaver. A thrall to the Sahagin? 7 hells. Reavers may look and sound and act like pirates, but they're not but the fishbacks flunkies. Us pirates ain't much for laws, but there's things we won't do. We've got a code, see? But the Reavers have never followed a word of it. A few years back, they started snatching law-abiding Lominsons. I'd only just taken my oath when our captain bent the knee to his new Sahagin masters. I knew I had to get away. So I crept off one night, got myself a new name, and found myself a new home, Summerford Farms. Trouble is, secrets don't stay secret for long around here, and word soon spread all the way back to the sea. The penalty for desertion is death, but the reefers offered me a way out instead, my freedom in exchange for my mates. The letter. I don't know what I was thinking. I wasn't bloody thinking, too busy soiling myself. Aye, but you got there in the end, didn't you? When the time came, you made the right decision. The men say little to me, but I hear 'em talk of how you stood up to the Reavers at the last, of how you tried to give your life to save theirs. Be that as it may, no deed, however good, can atone for the crime of betraying your brethren. I know that, I do. That's why I'm going to hand myself over to the Yellow Jackets. I'll bring shame to the farm no more. Huh. You'll hear no arguments from me. Each man must sail according to his own moral compass. I just hope yours guides you back here someday. There will always be a place for you at Summerford Farms, lad. And I'll always be in your debt, Stelwern. I owe you a debt too, Iris. Not once have you let me down. Thank you for saving the men of my farm. If I could ask one more favor of you, it'd be this. Tell Betaron what's happened from start to finish. I'm certain he'd put in a good word for Severn if he knew the whole story. And he's one of the few people I know who the Yellow Jackets will listen to. Well, I reckon I've asked all I can possibly ask of you. Safe travels, son. Ow. Grapes. Low poly grapes. Come on, let me up. Tell me this bunny can't hop up there? Alright, fine. I am Foreseer Kalihi of Melvin's Gate. You are to cease all transactions and surrender your goods for inspection. Nasty sneaky peekers, gobby spit, uplanders, nosy eyes on stabby iron. A predictably aggressive response. Very well, Iris. Remember what we discussed. Iris, switch to combat pattern 2538. Evasive maneuvers. Excellent decision. Your combat style gives me an idea. I must formulate a new tactic. The battlefield is yours. Nicely done. Adaptation, improvisation. I might have been observing our beloved guildmaster himself in action. This was a perfect example of how the strategy for a given task should be tailored to the abilities of the assessor. In other words, before you begin formulating your tactics, it is necessary to fully understand your own strengths and weaknesses. On that note, there's another question I would ask you. When it comes to improving the probable success of a strategy, do you consider it more effective to concentrate on playing to your strengths or shoring up your weaknesses? Hey, Squid. Welcome back in from Lurk. Glad you made it home safe. Oh, again you respond as the Guildmaster once did. I must revise the probability of your potential to attain greatness to 97%. You are one to keep an eye on, that much is certain. But to return to the subject of battle plans, your calculations must include an accurate assessment of your available techniques and their relative effectiveness. This requires you to be critically aware of your own limits, the limits of your allies, and the characteristics of your enemies. I believe that covers everything for today. Please return to the guild and make your report to Mr. Sturbergheim. Until next we meet. I shall abide here until the Yellow Jackets arrive to take the peddlers into custody. My strategies will keep me company. Yeah, alright, you were home. You weren't texting and driving. You just got back into the room with your computer. Back from the field, Iris. Kali had contacted me with a summary of events. It seemed you were treated to a lecture on knowing thyself. That particular lesson is ordinarily taught only to intermediate practitioners. Without a sufficient store of combat experience from which to draw, it's difficult to fully appreciate the profundity of such a seemingly simple truth. Nevertheless, I feel confident that you will soon be ready for a more ambitious assignment. Keep to your studies and maintain the razor edge of your mind. One last thing, Iris. Considering the dedication you have shown towards our discipline, I've decided to permit you leave to explore the teachings offered by other guilds. I would suggest, however, that you first master the science of Arcanima. The strategic training you receive here will serve you well no matter the path you eventually choose to walk. Return to me when your reason tells you the time is right. Okay. Shoes it is. Bloody hells. Life on the farm ain't quite how I pictured it. Ah, but you needn't worry yourself over, young Severin. The Yellow Jackets' hands out the punishments is a good mate of mine. If I ask him nice, I reckon he'd be willing to commute the lad's sentence from hanging to keel hauling. Kindly gent that he is. Ah, I'm only jesting with you. I'll see he's treated fair. Now it seems to me like you've done everything old Stairward asked of you, and more, justifying me generous finder's fee in the process. Much obliged, lad. As for a reward, well, she's a lonely lady, this drowning wench of mine. How'd you fancy keeping her company for a spell, with free room and board? Venturing's a trying business, after all. Them as don't rest their bones every now and again tend to end up with broken ones. And take it from me, fighting ain't nearly so much fun when you're nursing a shattered arm. Got that? Good. There'll always be a free bed for you, so make use of it. Not that you'll have much time for lying around with all the leaves you'll be doing. Oh, didn't I mention I'm putting your name down for leaves? Our guild draws all manner of clients, offering all manner of odd jobs. Honestly, you'd be amazed how much folk will pay to avoid doing an honest day's labour. Just give to Mokri a shout whenever you feel like making a few extra gil. She'll always have some task or other for you to do. Oh, and it's all above board, in case you're wondering. We're careful to stay on the Admiral's right side near, unlike some pirates I could mention. I'll tell you, if it turns out they had aught to do with them kidnappings, there'll be 7 L's to pay. A proper bleeding reckoning. Yep, that's what Limsa needs, though. On rough seas, sometimes you have to rock the boat to ride it. But we'll have time for such talk when you're well and rested. Till then, enjoy the wench's hospitality. Da-da. How'd you fare, Iris? Rested and ready to expand your horizons? Well, then I've an idea where you might try in next. Have you heard of the Skylift out in Middle Enosia? If you've ever visited Wood Whisper Canyon, then you must have been up and down the thing at least once. It's that big bleeding scaffolding attached to the descent. You've likely seen the lads and lasses out there using it to haul cargo up the cliff face. Hard labour that, and I hear they could use an enterprising soul to pick up the odd jobs what no other bugger has time to deal with. Track down the head of the operation, bloke by the name of Weirgrit, and he'll be sure to put you to work on a task or two. Okay, first of all, Let's go put away all the armoire stuff. Can't use the glamour dresser yet, right? No. Can't use the crystal bell. Don't have anything else. Blah, blah, blah. I am gonna take a quick be right back. Since I didn't take a break earlier. I'll run the ads a little early and then get into the rest of this stuff. I think I'm gonna do Smith stuff next. Just get my level 15 gear out of there. Then I'll be all good for like until level 20. So I will be right back. Here. I'm still muted. There we are. Work for it. Make it. Let me take shortcuts, game. Bedaron sent you out here, did he? And consider yourself welcome at the Skylift. Look at that bloody cliff, will ya? One blast of fiery hell from that huge dragon was all it took to split the ground in half. Cargo still needs to get through though, so this mess of wooden pulleys was our solution to the problem. Well, one of them at least. If the gods were kind, and they ain't, I'd have about a dozen more workers to handle me growing list of headaches. Glad am I to see you again, lad. A wagon driver just returned in a great bloody hurry, screaming about some monstrosity what sprang out from a million-corn seedling in his cargo. Seems the gutless bastard tossed it over the side before turning tail and running for his life. I need you to head down the road, recover that seedling, and deliver it to Leo over at Swift Perch in western Lenosia. Whatever he pays you for the cargo is yours to keep. After all, I don't rightly know what else is lurking inside that plant, and you deserve to be rewarded for your troubles. Oh, and you'll also find an etherite in Swift Perch, so the journey should be worth your while. I've already found an etherite in Swift Perch, so journey should be a little easier. Has Amia herself forsaken this desolate land? Though I understood there were risks in gambling my entire fortune on a crop of million corn, I at least expected the seedling to be delivered before disaster struck.
Is that my million corn seedling? Oh, joyous day. It may seem a paltry beginning, but the yield of this particular variety of cropland is nothing short of astonishing. As you've undoubtedly noticed, Swiftperch lacks a certain, shall we say, vital energy. Thus, I mean to restore a modicum of hope to its residents by growing a veritable ocean of corn. You, sir, seem fit to burst with vim and vigor. Might I persuade you to abide a while and help nurture this ailing settlement? Yeah, alright, why not? But before I do that, it's time to go back to Limsa. I can do... I believe now I can do... Smith quest. And there's also a new Arcanist quest. Hall of the Notice. Alright. These are boring. They just teach you how to... Oh, look, my puppy's gone. Let's go. Just kind of teach you how to act in a party. And I already know that, so... Yeah, let's do it. Point of that is just don't just stand there in the bad. Move out of the way. Unless you're a black mage, then just stand there. But brand new gloves. Okay. These gloves look kind of awful with this outfit. I promise they'll look a lot better once I've got the full outfit. At least the music is good.
This is an important one for DPS. Let your tank and protect your healer. There's a little hint about positionals, but that only matters if you're melee. I am not. Done. Yeah, that's my carbuncle. He takes on different forms depending on, like, right now I've only got the, wonder, do I need to do the quest to get Topaz? I think I do. I can have him take on different like abilities just briefly. He does like special attacks when I have charges of the top these three abilities, which I get from Ether Charge, which is just on a normal cooldown. But yeah, so basically I summon him, and then he gives me special abilities that I can use in combat. All of these, basically, like, all of these abilities on this hotbar, except for these two, I have to have the carbuncle to be able to perform that. And then at later levels, there's even more abilities that you get from your carbuncle. It's great. He's my little friend. Oops, that was the wrong button. I'm just gonna show off that I can even, like, move him around. I can make him stay, and then follow me. So this one gives you a gives you a little more tactic stuff. You know, like, tells you basically, here's the order that you generally want to go after your opponents. Hit the magic users first. Then any other ranged, then DPS, and leave the tanks for last. Magic users are just as dangerous as other damage dealers, but they generally a little easier to kill, so get more bang for your buck taking them out. I honestly think that Hall of the Novice should be required to do any duties using Duty Finder instead of preformed parties. So there's a lot of people who clearly aren't doing any of these things that they teach you. It's not too bad. Most people on here know what they're doing, but every once in a while you get people who are just not doing the very basic party mechanics. That can be frustrating. It's usually DPS. So now I have to attack and also dodge. Arcanist actually hits real hard. Made that duty pretty easy. A lot of the things that hit really hard and fast have cooldowns, so they're really good at like opening burst damage. And you know, there's some time where you gotta wait for cooldowns, and you're just doing kind of normal damage amounts, but once that burst window comes around, you can really do a lot of damage as an Arcanist or Summoner. This is the ads one. So I'm going to be attacking the axe wielder, and every once in a while, DPS are going to come and try to kill my healer. And I want them to hit me instead of the healer. The healer can keep me alive just fine. And really, a good tank would pick them up as well, and you'll get that in the tank version of these, as well as in guild tests if you do those. But both the tank and the DPS should be taking care of ads. Manipulate the battlefield, blah, 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 blah. There's a switch. I have to throw the switch. Till I throw the switch, more enemies will come in. This is just teaching you, hey, sometimes there's mechanics other than just stand there and throw your abilities at the enemy. Keep an eye out for them. So I'm going to stand over here. And there's the coat. I think all that's left now is the final test, right? No? Yeah, final exercise. So it gives me the ring, which is a good reward. Such good music. Alright, here we go. Dodo, and we should be good to move on. Blah, blah, blah. Multiple foes. Wait for the tank. Now hit him. Go get him, Powerbunko. And now for the goo-goo. Don't want to be too close to the healer or the tank on that, because, you know, they'll get hit too. Which, honestly, in this challenge, they could absolutely. But don't do that in a real game. Like, you want to be close enough that the healer can get you for raid lights and stuff, but you don't want to, when you know that those big attacks are going to be targeting DPS, you don't want to be too close to the tank or the healer, or to other DPS. And there's the ring. Hell yeah. That's it, right? Go. And this gear is all item level 17, which means it's better than the gear that that's designed for the level that it's requires. So that's nice. Let's learn Topaz Carbuncle. I think there's 2 quests here. One that gets me some in Topaz, and then another one where I actually use it. You seem tired, Iris. Are you sleeping properly? One's reasoning can suffer without sufficient rest and recuperation. Should you deem yourself fit for duty, make your way down to the practice floor. Forseer Kalihia has requested you accompany her on another official inspection. There is, however, a requirement for your participation. The Forseer will explain the situation. Topaz Carbuncle uses the power of Earth and used to be the tank formation, where Carbuncle used to actually like do combat and like just be a normal party member. And Topaz pulled a lot of aggro and had defensive capabilities, so that was the tank formation. I was beginning to think I'd miscalculated, Iris. Thank you for coming. I will soon be boarding a trading vessel suspected of smuggling. All merchant ships that make use of Limsa Lominsa's ports are subject to inspection by Melvin's Gates assessors. It's a routine I perform daily. In the case of smugglers, however, there's a 75% probability of encountering resistance. Thus, I would appreciate your company during this assignment. It is now that we must discuss the requirement of which you were informed. Though I have full confidence in your martial expertise, it is imperative that you first acquire the ability to summon Topaz Carbuncle. Such knowledge will be released to you contingent on your acceptance of this duty. Yeah, sure. Very good. The arcane entity given form by the Topaz geometry will further expand your offensive capabilities. With such an ally at your command, even the harshest of enemies will falter before you. Indeed, we could not conduct these dangerous spot inspections without its support. Please return to Mr. Stubergheim and inform her of your participation. I will join you once I've completed some final adjustments to my tactical formulae. Topaz Carbuncle now, however, grants you a special gem shine that does earth damage. Damage type doesn't matter, but it's an instant cast, so you can cast it while moving. It's real nice to have. You've agreed to accompany the Forseer, then I shall gladly instruct you in the use of Topaz Carbuncle. Pray do not hesitate to employ this entity in combat should the inspection turn sour. The mercenaries Gisfrin and Ersthoda are here to assist with the inspection. Both are old hands when it comes to escorting Kalihia during her more dangerous duties. Well met, Iris. My spells are at your disposal. This won't be the first time we're expecting trouble, but as long as we follow the Forseer's tactics and keep a clear head, we'll come through just fine. The Morning Star is preparing to dock in Ilport. We will meet our first challenge, however, before we even board the vessel. It is almost a certainty that the merchant ship has hired a thug or two to accost us at the pier. I calculate the probability at 98%. The crew wish to avoid attacking us on deck, you see, as that would all but trumpet their criminal intentions to the world at large. Now, once we do manage to clear the rails, we will face a deck crowded with armed sailors. For a small party such as ours, the most effective strategy will be to incapacitate individual foes as swiftly as possible.
Each opponent we down is one less weapon raised against us. It is imperative that we do not allow ourselves to become tangled in multiple, drawn-out skirmishes, lest we be overwhelmed. I call this stratagem hammerfall. Strategy is a tool used to manipulate one's situation into the desired reality. Keep those words in mind, Iris. It's time we departed. Let us regroup before the main gates of Aleport. Okay, let's see. Aleport. I think down here there's a ferry to Aleport. Down by the Fisherman's Guild. I think that's where that ferry goes. There we go. Yeah, here we go. Wait, can I go to Costa del Sol right now? Yeah, I figured. 30, yeah. Alright. Oh, time for another egg. Unlock this Chocobo Keep. And don't forget to attune to the Aetheryte. Oh, and I can do this side quest already. I'm going to. Blah, 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 blah. I don't care about the details. Just give me the minions. So, someone was smuggling in young, like a wolf pup and a crow cub. Both illegal, but I'm special, so I just can, like, tame them and have them as pets. While I'm here, might as well get some hunt log stuff out of the way.
over here. I think there's, yeah, more hot dog stuff in this area. That building right over there is the actual Hall of Adabus, which is where those annoying side quests I just did were. This is where those all are supposed to happen, but there are representatives of them in all the inns at the three major cities. Podcasting done. I thought that was the second one. That was the third. Cool. Let us be about our task. Irrisbreak informed the steersman at the pier that we are ready to conduct our inspection. Should violence be offered, you are to execute stratagem Hammerfall. Do not forget, your tactics are both your shield and your weapon. But first, I use a chocobo. A swift perch. I'm not actually going to swift perch. I'm just gonna ride this all the way over to this quest. These dodos on my hunt? Yeah, these dodos are on my hunt list. Hit it with the book. There we go. Look how lucid dreaming. That's a nice ability to have. I don't actually need it that much as a summoner. Quest, both of those animals that I just rescued, I can summon as little friends to follow me around. Skip the cutscene. Skip the cutscene. I don't really care about trash quests. Voltorb in the chat. Exclamation point Pokecatch to try to catch it. You're with the folks from Melvin's Gate? Hells, I knew there'd be trouble. Eat Topaz. Well then, I'm certainly glad to see you can handle yourself. You'll find the landing boat just down here at the end of this ramp. I'll have no part of what comes next, though. Difficultly handled, Eurus. Once again, I am reminded of our guildmaster. Thanks to your efficient response, we will be able to commence this inspection earlier than I had calculated. We shall board the merchant vessel out in the bay. Aristoda, if you would take the rudder, the Morning Star awaits. Since their welcoming party at the pier failed to deter us, I expect with a probability of 85% that our arrival will incite further belligerence. Our objective, however, is not to trade blows, but to gain access to the hold. It may behoove us to employ stratagem hardhead. The aim of our opponents is to buy time so that suspect goods may be tossed into the ocean. I do not intend to give them that time. We will bull our way toward the cargo hold as quickly as we can. It is a tactic fraught with risk, but one that your presence makes possible. Shall we begin? I am for Sir Calihia. By the authority of Melvin's Gate, I request that you surrender your goods for assessment. Well now, your timing couldn't be worse, lass. The old door's all rusted up, you see. Bloody thing won't open. You'll have to come back another day after we've fixed the hinges. I will see that cargo now. Any vessel entering a port of Limsa Lominsa is bound by law to submit to a routine inspection. The law, is it? Lads, I reckon it's time our guests had themselves a little accident. Pitch 'em over the side. Time for some book reading. Commit stratagem hardhead. Air healer. I think it's our captain, but I could not. Or first mate, or something. Someone I could already before. Ta-da! A masterful display, Iris. Now we can finally gain access to their cargo. Ugh! What have we here, then? It's one of the bitch Admiral's lapdogs scampering about me ship. You're just like your mistress. Always sticking your nose where it ain't invited. No, it can't be. Ha! Recognized me pretty face, did ya? But you were caught, exiled. Farseer, are you hurt? Can you stand? Stay back. You stay away from me. Farseer, please calm down. What are your orders? I've had enough of your whimpering. And I've certainly had enough of these bloody books. It's clear you ain't learning anything from them. Reckon it's time you got a different kind of lesson. And not on my watch. Well, Kalihia, Nofaka, preserve us. She's fainted. We must withdraw. Iris, quickly, back to the boat. We'll carry the Farseer. Aye, that's right. You slink on back to your mistress, you worthless curs. Well, guess I'll go report. Hey, thank you for the follow. I keep those anonymous, so if you just want to lurk and check out the stream, that's fine. I won't call you out. But if you want to hang out and chat, that's awesome too. It's good to see you well, Iris. Geisfriend sent word ahead of your travails. An unfortunate turn of events, but considering the infamous blackguard you had faced, you might have fared much worse. Have you heard of the pirate Dusmaga? He was exiled from Limsa some years ago, but it appears he has chosen to defy the Admiral's orders. El Toro! Welcome in. And once more he dares lay a hand on Farseer Kalihia. The poor lass must have been terrified. If I had known Dusmaga was aboard that ship, I never would have assigned her that duty. I'm doing great. Started playing a new character today. Just going through a whole bunch of content that I haven't actually you know, watched since I first started this game years ago. The assessor may require some time to recover. For Kalihia, that man is a nightmare made flesh. Though our physical wounds will soon mend, there is little we can do to salve the hurt to her mind. You're concerned? Angry, mayhap? Harness that energy and channel it into your training. I predict we shall be needing your skills again before long. I'm good on all that gear, so I will take the coin. A Swift Cast, which I rarely have a use for as an Arcanist, but when you need it, you need it. Now back to Swift Perch, I believe is where the story continues.
You there, adventurer. Cast your eyes toward the brewer's beacon. Does the light not seem uncommonly weak? It cannot possibly be bright enough to guide the ship sailing in the bay. I'd march over to the lighthouse and investigate myself, but I am duty-bound to remain at my post. I would consider it a favor if you'd make a visit to the brewer's beacon and see about has befallen Kanswis, the lighthouse keeper.
Yeah, alright. Are these roselings on my... Nope, not on my hunt log. I think those jackals are, though. Nope. Okay, cool. So I can ignore them. Already got the dodos. Ah, these buzzards are on my list, though. Kill the one by hitting it with my book. Kansas. What's going on with the beacon? You see, a yellow jacket sent you here. Yeah? My light's gone dim, has it? Well, of course it bloody has. The bomb what fuels me furnace is up and buggered off, you see. If I don't get that beacon fixed up soon, there'll be trouble on the water. I know you're just the messenger, lad, but I can tell a venturer when I see one. I'm gonna need you to chase down that bomb and bring back a claw what you ripped from its smouldering corpse. Take this here iron brazier and set her down in the middle of the flock. Somewhere near the scarecrow, I'd say. You get a nice fire going and that frisky bomb will soon be about. Watch you don't singe your eyebrows, lad. Snorunt. I like Snorunt. I'm gonna try to catch it. Haha, sewer moles. They're on my list. They must die. Light it up. Oh no, a bomb. Let's use fire to kill it. I understand why they did away with the elemental affinities, like any kind of weakness and resistance, but it's kind of funny that some of the interactions here, where like you can use fire to defeat something made out of fire, or you can use earth to defeat Titan. I missed what she said. All you need to do is take down that runaway bomb and bring me one of its little claws. Ah, you got the ash, you bastard, did you? Once I put this little firecracker in the furnace, that should keep things running for a while. I had myself a bit of a look while you was gone, and Lim Lane cursed me if the furnace weren't all bent and broken. Small wonder the bloody bomb was able to escape. I patched things up as best I could, but I ain't no Smitty. You might want to have a chat with that yellow jack, a friend of yours in Switchperch, and have him pass the word back to someone in Limsa. Okay. The furnace is damaged, is it? Very well, I shall write up the relevant reports, but these repairs must needs be effected without delay. It seems I have another favor to ask of you, adventurer. Take yourself straightway to the Armorers Guild in Limsa Lominsa and explain the situation to Forge Master Nyanza. Alright. While I'm here, I'm going to take a quick break, go grab some, I got some food to grab, and I'm going to use the bathroom, so I will be back in just a minute. Real quick break, but I'll run some ads while I'm gone to push off the next ad break. There we go. Alright. Let's see. I want to talk to Hananza. Furnace in the brewer's beacon needs repairs. Beargot's beard. I just sent someone out to tinker with it not a week past. Maybe the bomb cans was trapped in there was a touch too volatile. I'll have an artisan visit at the lighthouse and pay special attention to reinforcing the casing of that furnace. Your work is done here, adventurer. May the navigator guide you on your journeys. Well, let's say to take on some work from Neldik and Vamelis. We have a great hulking warship to build and could certainly use an extra hand for any number of tasks. For your first job, I need you to run this missive over to Atburn, the head shipwright at the Moraby dry docks. We forge most of the ship's bits and pieces here at the Armorers Guild, but the actual construction takes place at the docks found in the south of Lower Lenosia. It's also where you'll find the main offices of Neldik and Vamelis. The Moraby dry docks is one of Limsa most important districts, at least as far as I'm concerned, and I'm sure you'll not regret attuning yourself to the area's aetherite, which I've already done. If you've no confidence in your sense of direction, you'd be best served by making use of the chocobo porters, first floor of the mizzenmast in case you were wondering. Should you choose to make the trek on your own 2 feet, leave the city through the Tempest Gate and follow the road south. May the navigator guide your steps. Or I just teleport there. You have a message for me from Forge Master Hananza. I assume it pertains to the pending arrival of the materials I ordered on the moon past. Let's see it then. Blasted botheration, another delay? I'm well aware of the shortage of skilled artisans, but this is insufferable. My apologies. The messenger does not deserve to bear the brunt of my frustration. Might I have your name? Iris, is it? Well, Iris, this proud maiden you see taking shape before you is the Victory, the first new vessel to grace the docks since the Calamity. We may have lost the bulk of our ships that fateful day, but starting with this beauty, we will restore the Maelstrom's fleet to its former glory. The Victory is more than a simple warship. It's the symbol of Limsa rebirth from the wreckage wrought by the coming of the 7th Umbral Era. Thus, we are striving to complete her construction as swiftly as possible, even going so far as to hire veteran shipwrights from outside the thalassocracy. Yet even with such unprecedented measures, there are never enough hands to handle the abundance of tasks. Should you choose to linger at the docks for a time, there's no end of odd jobs for a hard-working adventurer. Be a fair warned, there's no place here for layabouts and troublemakers. Where in the 7 hells is that man? Not once in 12 moons has he been late with a shipment, and now 2 whole turns of the sun without a single word. A shipwright of mine, a young man named Feralsmid, recently left Candlekeep Key to retrieve several crates of supplies ordered from Limsa, but has yet to return. I have sent several missives to Halbroda, but his replies are always the same. He does not recall ever seeing the right nor the supplies he was scheduled to collect. That man knows something, and I severely doubt he is telling me the whole truth. As I cannot leave my post, I would ask you to travel to Candlekeep Key in my stead and inform Halbroda that if he insists on playing these games, I will personally see that he is transferred to Turtleback Island, where he can rot alone in the middle of the sea for eternity. Queen, hello. How are you doing? You may notice I'm in ARR right now. I started a new character today. He is a very cute bum boy. Look at him. Look at him just posing. Yeah, so I've taken very many characters through the beginning of the game, and well, through all of the game. But I haven't like really gone through like all the cutscenes and stuff since my first character. I have mostly done like speed runs at least through the earlier parts of the game. So but I'm going through everything on this character. I think I go up the hill here. Nope, it is down. But I am up already, so. There's a self-righteous dog Atburn doubt that I've never told him anything less than the truth. Yeah. Turtleback Island. He cannot do that, can he? I swear on my poor dad's grave, Navigator, rest your soul, I know not of this Feralsmith nor his precious supplies. Hells, we here at the Key have had enough trouble these past few suns. What with the sink of that Lominson cargo ship off the Salt Strand, I haven't the time to take a proper piss, let alone make note of every scrag that wanders in off the grip. Now, the way I see it, if you have time to be standing here questioning my character, then you most certainly have the time to get that arse of yours down to the Salt Strand and help us search for survivors of the wreck. Who knows? You may just run across this Feralsmith everyone seems so eager to find. Here's to hoping the Navigator hasn't found him first. Alright, I guess I'll go do your job for you. I'm Feralsmith. You say the foreman's been wondering on my whereabouts? I thought he might be, but you must know I cannot show my face at the dry docks until I've righted this terrible wrong I caused. 2 nights past, I made the trip from the dry docks to Candlekeep Key, just as the foreman asked. The seas were right rough, and the captain of the cargo ship was wary of bringing her too close to the cliffs, so I paid a few coins to a fisher to take me out to meet her. By the time we was halfway twixt shore and ship, swells had risen to nigh on 10 yalms, and 'twasn't long afore the waves had hold of us. Try as we might to steady the boat, nature's grip was too tight, and we was flung headlong into the Lominson galley. When I awoke, both ships were gone, and the cargo I was to collect lay strewn across the Salt Strand. I was made every effort to salvage it, but the sands were crawling with cocaine, and I ain't one with the sword. Now you see why it is I cannot return to the dry docks. You managed some democracy. Good for you. It's rough out there. I filled out my ballot yesterday, and I not happy about the options on it. Oh, okay. Fictional democracy can be a task as well. Well, either way, enjoy your shower. Or, you know, just feel gross until the gross feeling goes away. Doesn't go away. So just like real democracy. Sorry, real democracy. That night I was tossed into the sea like some doll of rags, and it weren't long before the world around me faded to black as I slipped deeper into the abyss. But lo, the navigator wouldn't see me to the gates of the 7 hells, and I awoke to find myself washed ashore, and here I've been ever since, waiting for a chance to salvage my master's cargo. Here you go. The missing parts, I don't know how I can repay you. I'll deliver the supplies right away, but first I must stop by the quays so that I might pay my respects to the widow of the brave fisher who gave his life for a handful of coin. Could you tell that Burm I'll be back at the dry docks by nightfall? My thanks, adventurer. I will not forget this kindness. It just gets worse. Yeah. I'm relieved to hear that both Feralsmith and the supplies are unharmed. Though it's foolish for him to believe that I would blame him for that which was obviously out of his hands. You see, there was no storm that day, and the seas here adjacent to the dry docks were as calm as a slumbering child. This leads me to believe that the trouble the ships encountered off Candlekeep Quay was a less natural sort, the sort which the Sahagan have been known to conjure. Iris, while I originally had doubts about your motives, you have repeatedly proven yourself an asset to Naldeek and Bemillis. I still do not like you, but that does not mean I do not trust you. Gimthoda, head of the watch here at the dry docks, believes that pirates may be plotting an attack on the Victory, and she requires assistance investigating a group of unsavory individuals making camp nearby. I have recommended you for the task. Despite all Limsa had endured before, during, and following the calamity, the fact that there are still those who would turn their backs on the city-state so that they might line their pockets with a few handfuls of coin, just the thought of it sickens me. Oh, yes. I had a feeling you would be the one Atburn sent. Since you first arrived at the Morrowby dry docks, I've had my men watch you. Oh, there's no need to be angry. I make it a point to keep an eye on all those new to the area. It's simply protocol. And you'll be pleased to know that nothing incriminating was found. You appear to be a model citizen. That and the foreman seems to think somewhat highly of you, which I must admit is quite shocking. The man doesn't even trust his own mother. Very well then, I assume Otburm informed you of what your task would entail. The pirates we believe are conspiring to raid the dry docks were last seen making camp near an ancient stone called the Mark of the Spinner. I would have you approach the men posing as a lost adventurer and see if you cannot somehow learn of their intentions. Sinango, stationed at the rear gates, can provide you with an exact location of the camp. Iris, ha! I knew it! No more sardines for Sinango. Tonight I shall dine on the finest salmon on the peninsula. Why? Well, I had a little wager going on with some of the other guards on who Upburn would recommend for the next job. My money was on you. Ah, the job. Yes, of course. If you follow the road past the gates to the southeast, you will eventually come to a barren cave with a single large stone half buried in the cliff overlooking the sea. Followers of the 12 say it's a holy place dedicated to Nemea the Spinner. I'd be surprised if the pirates camped up there were aware of that, though. Okay. I'll go clear it out. I'm giving you to the count of 9 to step back on that path and carry your venturing arse back down to whatever rock it is you crawled out from under. You see, I's had it up to me ears with your type, roaming the hills like they was yours to roam. It's getting to be that a man can't enjoy a mug of rum without some shite brief outlander running up asking which way to the local live meet. 7 hells if I know, I'm a bloody pirate, goddammit. Dolls balls. Once we have me boy back, I'm putting this godforsaken pisshole of an island so far behind me ain't no one'll remember I was ever here. Come on, Scrags, we's knives to sharpen. I don't think they were here to cause trouble. At least not for that boat. So the trespassers are indeed pirates, and they are indeed planning something. But what is this talk of getting me boy back? Could it be that their target never was the Victory? Something is not right, and I won't sit by idly waiting for those pirates to make the first move. I shall order increased patrols immediately. Thank you again for your help, Iris. It appears we were wise to put our trust in you. Wait a second. I never equipped that new book. I am concerned, Iris. It appears that the pirates I had you investigate are on the move. They creep ever closer to the dry dock, so I must assume they mean to target the Victory herself. That ship is the symbol of everything Limsa strives to become, and I will not allow these base scoundrels to lay a single finger upon her whole. We must apprehend them before they put their plans into motion, and you, Iris, are just the man to do it. Without your capable assistance, I fear the security of the dry docks cannot be guaranteed. Not moments ago, my guards submitted reports of suspicious activity in the area. Pray begin your efforts by listening to one of their accounts firsthand. It matters not whom you choose to speak with, but be sure to question either Erswirst at the front gate or Sinango at the rear. Any suspect saboteurs you encounter during the course of your investigation are to be interrogated. Report any and all findings directly to me. Alright. Well, seems like Sinango's the closer one, so I'll just head over here. Hail, adventurer! Glad to have another hand aboard to help shore up security. The gods know our reports would sit on Grimtharda's desk, gathering dust if it weren't for the assistance of those such as yourself. Speaking of reports, though, I saw one of those mangy pirates lurking around the cliff near Empty Heart.
I'd take a closer look before he has a chance to cover his tracks. Yeah, okay. Long way up this hill, though. Bah! Spotted me, did ya? Well, you're too late. What's happened is already happening. Oh, come on. You can't jump over this. There's an invisible wall there. So if you want a shortcut, you have to teleport. So, you found me one of those pirates, did you? I knew you were the right adventurer to ask for aid. But what could those natives be planning? What's happened is already happening. Captain! Trouble at the shipyard. Easy now, soldier. Who did this to you? Pirates. Out of nowhere. Stuck me good. Gods below, we are not prepared for this. The pirate soldier, how many do they number? Not sure. More than I could quickly count. Seem to be carrying explosives. Explosives? Then there's no time to lose. Iris, you heard the situation. Make your way to the shipyard and engage these intruders. I will see to this man's wounds and then follow after. Make haste, now! Is this not the right way? I suppose this is not the right way. This way then? Nope. This way. Sometimes you're just not told which way to go. Conjurer, huh? Kill that conjurer. Ha 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 ha! Never reckoned it'd be this easy. Still don't trust those slimy bastards, but their plan worked like a charm. Duh! What are you doing, you great bloody fool? Shut your trap, boy. This'll all be over soon. All that's left now is to blow this ugly pile of driftwood into splinters. Uh-oh. Why would you do such a thing? Have you any idea how important this ship is? What it represents? Aye, and that's what makes it all the sweeter. Whatever it takes to knock some sense into me treacherous backstabbing son. Imagine a boy of mine giving up the pirate life to become a shipwright, and building a bleeding maelstrom vessel at that. What under Limlane's wide green ocean made you take up with these self-righteous shites? You're the one with no bloody sense, da. Don't you see? The pirates had their glory days, but that era is over. Ah, I wondered why Otberm never spoke of his father. I never would have thought. This ship's a symbol, all right, of everything that went wrong with the world, and I mean to shatter it into 100,000 pieces. Ginthoda, Iris, pray beat the tar out of this bloated sea slug, and make sure no harm comes to the Victory. Ignore those ads. Mamu-Ja mercenaries. That's unfortunate. We haven't seen much of the Mamu-Ja yet. We're going to see more of them. Got it. Stop healing yourself. Just die. The victory is ours. Pun intended. I must be getting old. Let some green venture get the best of me. Duh. That's one big bloody ship. Big and nasty looking. You made that, did ya? My thanks, Iris. I shudder to think what may have become of the Victory without your intervention. Pirates have made a right mess of things. I'd best get to sorting out the docks. And my thoughts could use some sorting out as well. Ever did my father have a way of turning my life upside down? Pray convey my thanks and my apologies to Gimthora. You're clean! Not feeling the stench of them bugs anymore. How fare you, Iris? I cannot begin to thank you for the role you played in preventing this madness. You defended more than a simple ship. You saved the budding hope of Limsa Lominsa from a violent demise. The day was yours. It seems our security regimen will require much in the way of improvement if we are to truly keep the dry docks safe. Atburm apologizes? Well, I suppose I can understand why he would feel responsible for his father's actions. Of all those involved, this incident was hardest on him.
But in time, I believe he will come to the single conclusion. The most fitting way of moving past his anguish is to see the victory completed and in the water. Ah, by the by, the pirates we defeated have been handed over to the Yellow Jackets. Raynor's men will be taking over the investigation. Before the Yellow Jackets moved in, however, we recovered a most unusual object. Should you have time to spare, I would ask of you another favor. Eris, in light of your role in recent events, there are a few others to whom I would entrust this task. Since last we spoke, a curious missive has been discovered amongst the personal effects of Otsapfin, the pirate behind the plot to sabotage the victory. This missive was penned in the most unusual script, a script we believe to be some manner of code. Needless to say, anything which a proven enemy of Limsa Lominsa deems worthy of enciphering is like to be of great interest to the Maelstrom. Unfortunately, none among us can make any sense of the message. In cases such as this, I'm told the Yellow Jackets are wont to turn to Betaron at his convenient connections. Thus, I would have you deliver this missive to the proprietor of the Drowning Wench, into his hand and no other. Do you understand? Yeah, cool. I needed to go to Limsa anyways. First off, we're going to the Arcanist Guild. I think this is our penultimate Arcanist quest. Because I'm pretty sure it only goes up to 25 and then 30. There isn't a final quest, it just goes on to the new jobs. Greetings, Iris. In case such doubts fill your mind, you should know that I'm ever willing to lend an ear if you find your thoughts troubled. At the very least, I would have you know this, because it seems that Clehia does not. The Foreseer has been missing since this morning. There have been other times when she has disappeared without a word, but we've always been able to find her. Alas, that is not the case this day. Were the Guildmaster here, he could deduce her whereabouts with nary a moment's concentration. I find myself beginning to wonder if those who devote themselves overmuch to Arcanima are more prone to bouts of wanderlust. But while I might wish to ponder further such oddities of character, we must needs organize a search party. Would you be so kind as to make enquiries in Hawker's Alley? It is not uncommon for Kalihia's wanderings to take a path through the markets. Yeah. Might as well. Hey, Dudison, you seen Kalihia? You seek a Makoti agent of Melvin's Gate? Why, yes, I have seen her. Spoke with her, in fact. She was, however, apprehended by the Yellow Jackets. The assessor was drilling me for details about a concurrent smuggling ring based in Ailport, but then the soldiers arrived and took her away. If you wish to know her fate, then I suggest you speak with Grenade of the Coral Tower. Oh, that doesn't sound good. Freaking cops. Foreseer Kalihia? Yes, we brought her in for questioning regarding the reappearance of the pirate Dismaga. A member of the Arcanist Guild, are you? Then I see no reason to conceal the nature of our discourse. Perhaps you are already aware of this, but the Foreseer was once held captive by that rabid sea dog. Few pirates sink to such depths of depravity as Dismaga,
It's been 6 years now since he was exiled for Limsa Lominsa for engaging in the worst kind of black market trading. And now the villain is returned. He is, however, both cunning and cautious, and continues to evade our troops. Thus, we hope to borrow the knowledge of Forseer Kalihia, whose experience we have given her an intimate familiarity with the way the scoundrel operates. At least that was our intent. After weathering a barrage of questions for the assessor, we found ourselves instead providing the details of our search. Should you wish to speak with Forseer Kalihia, I imagine she has already returned safely to your guild. In other words, complete waste of time. Back already? You're led to believe she'd returned here. I'm afraid not. So the Yellowjack has told you something of her history with Dusmaga, did they? Perhaps it would be best if I told you the entire tale. Dusmaga's banishment was the result of a surprise inspection that revealed his involvement in an underground slave trade. The assessor that stepped aboard the pirate's merchant ship spoke of finding dozens of unwashed unfortunates crammed into the squalid hold. Among these prisoners was a young Mikote, destined for some black market auction block. Though Kalihia was initially too terrified to even speak, the guildmaster brought her out of her fearful days with the gift of an initiate's grimoire. Yes, the self-same tome that she has carried her entire career. Of course, did you not mention that Kalihia's grimoire was thrown into the sea? There are rumors that a Kakiran merchant of ill repute has retrieved the black market goods the crew of the Morning Star heaved into the ocean. Even now he gloats over his salt-encrusted catch in Aleport. It's entirely possible that the Forseer's most prized possession was caught up in the Kakiran salvage net. I've no doubt now that Kalihia has reached the same conclusion. To Aleport with you, Iris. That's where you'll find our wayward assessor. To Aleport it is. Yes, combat pattern 256 should serve to cover all unexpected contingencies. You never know when you'll have to nullify a thaumaturge or two. My retrieval strategy is complete. Iris, it is good of you to come. I was unable to calculate for certain if you would piece together my movements in time. Very little is certain when so many variables are involved. But there is good news. This prisoner here was kind enough to confirm that the trader who salvaged the Morningstar's jettison cargo did indeed retrieve a tome matching the description of my lost grimoire. Lominsan law and the policies of Melvin's Gate would support the confiscation of goods connected to an official inspection, but alas, my personal belongings do not fall under that definition. Thus, I intend to launch an unofficial offensive against this black marketeer and his cronies. The peddler has already departed for Candlegate Key. It's time I gathered to me such allies as I possess, and I count you as one of them, Iris. Despite the nature of this endeavor, Mistress Thubergeim has offered me her cooperation. If you would, pray join her at Ashan's Embrace. That is where we shall ambush this disreputable Kikir. Alright. Morabe Dry Docks it is. Then we head up here. We will rent ourselves a chocobo. To Red Roosterstead. I think Limsa would also have worked. And that would have been a little cheaper, but it's
chocobo's are so cheap it doesn't really matter. Greetings, Iris. Your arrival completes our small company. You're equipped for battle, I trust. We need not wait Kalihia's arrival. Once the Kikian appears on the bridge, we spring our ambush. The strategy for trapping our target relies on the two allies we have concealed on the other side of the ravine. This pincer maneuver was naturally the Foreseer's idea. As for the target himself, the Kikian is known as a careful and cautious fellow. He travels with a small retinue so as to avoid attracting attention, but do not be fooled. More bodyguards follow at a distance and will likely join the fray after hostilities ensue. Do not, however, expect any assistance from the Yellow Jackets. They cannot be seen aiding us in what amounts to a personal matter, but they are willing to turn a blind eye for Kalihia's sake. In any case, the Foreseer's tactics account for our limited numbers and individual strengths. Victory is all but assured. Now let us take up our positions and wait for the Kikian to arrive. I already took care of the comic book. Darby. Hell yeah. Now I'll just go pick up the Grimoire.
Duty complete. Excuse me. Well executed, everyone. Were you able to retrieve my grimoire? Iris, pray hand over the tome. It's ruined. My wonderful grimoire is ruined. The probability of repairing this degree of damage is 0%. Eyes! How's it going? Even the most brilliant strategy cannot undo the ravages of seawater. It's very nice to see you in here. I'm just playing some Final Fantasy XIV. Started a new character today. I'm at like level 20. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. I've never felt so defeated. I believe it's time I returned home. Leave her be. But how can I? He's right, Astora. You must allow Kalihi a time to process the loss. And you have other matters to which you must attend. Come, Iris. It's time we return to the guild as well. I'm glad you're here. Back to Limsa. How are your ferret's eyes? Not quite the victory you imagined, was it? The moment Kalihia beheld her soaked and tattered grimoire, you could see the light of hope die in her eyes. There is, however, something we can do. I'll call on your aid soon, but in the meantime, you would be well served to deepen your knowledge of Arcanima. Actually, could use probably one of these. Let's go with the shoes. Can't equip them yet, but it won't be too long. New character's going good. I got this cute little bun boy. So far, just doing Arcanist at level 20, so I'm like, oh, you're a bit sick at the moment? I've been sick. So I haven't streamed in like 2 weeks just because I've been sick, and yeah, I'm I like purple. It is objectively the best color. So so he's purple. I might do that. My current main is a Mikote, and I kind of wanted her initially to be what are they actually called? The lion people. I wanted her to be a lioness. And kind of settled for a Mikote, but I've gotten so attached to my Mikote that I don't know if I would want to change her to be a lioness instead. But I almost certainly will have a character that is one.
I do like green. But, you know, it's it's inferior. it's up there on like my rankings of colors. But you know, I actually, my first Bun Boy that I created is very green. He has very like pale green skin and like very rich but dark green hair, and I really like that look too. You're a big cat dad. Ahoy there, Eris. I've been hearing about your deeds at the dry docks. Hopbrim laid out the entire tale for me. Poor Sod was still reeling at his old man's part in the business, but at least you kept the victory from being sunk afore she'd sailed. After that, I owe you me thanks. You've really made a name for yourself here in Limsa, lad. Folk know that when they need something do it. Eh? You need something doing. And what might that be? Yeah, I have a couple characters that are like, you know, big and tall. I've got an Elizin. I've got a One Bro. I like every once in a while, but most of my characters are the shorter that I play the most time on are the shorter ones, and those ones like sliders all the way down to as short as they can go. The only real exception is my my Bun Girl, who is my... Which server is that one on? I think she's my Dynamis character. She's as tall as Bun Girls get, and they get pretty tall. Contrasted with like all my other characters, there's a male and a female Lala. Both of those are as short as you can get them. This Bun Boy is as short as you can get him. I have Miko and a female, what are they called? The lizard people. Whatever it is. Both of those are as short as they can get, and those are very short. Those two are as short as you can get without being Lola. But I really like my cute little characters. Yeah, I really like Miko's. There's a reason why I chose Miko in the first place, and then I've stuck with that as my main ever since without... I did, just for a very short while, just to try it out, I had her Fantasia to a Lalafell, and then Fantasia back to her original look after like a month or two. And yeah, I really like Miko. It's probably my favorite race in this, and I like all of them. You want someone to read a message written funny letters for you? And I thought I might know a man as could. Well, let's see it then. Aye. I reckon I might know a canny bugger what can read stuff like this. Ugly sod by the name of Baderon. Thank you. Well, you know, I love mustelids and I know good colors, and I like the cute races. So I know there's one reason to be a human in this game, and that is if you are a Midlander, a Midlander woman. The hempen camise is very nice. You know, you're like one of me regulars now, you've never let me down yet, and Navigator helped me, I reckon I can trust you. Gim thought I was right to want this message deciphered. We got us some trouble brewing here, and no mistake. Get ready for action and I'll explain. I think this is the last little quest line before I can actually go on my tour around the 3 city-states. Good to have you aboard, lad. Now then, where to start? Yep, the Lominson Ring, which is the last thing you get before going round. Back when I was younger and nastier, I earned me living as a sellsword. In that business, if you want to know what your enemy was up to, you had to learn how to read the orders you prized from the cold dead hands of his mates. That's how I came to know how to read your message. Truth be told, the script was only too bloody familiar. Them Sahagin letters, lad. And I should know I've got more fishback messengers than I can count. It gets worse, though. The plan to blow up the Victory is all in here, right down to the fine details. Looks like they meant to raise 8 kinds of hell in western Lanosia, then hit the Maelstrom's new flagship in the confusion. The point being, the attack on the Victory weren't the act of a few rebellious pirates, 'twas a key part of some canny bastard's grand plan. But if I'm reading this alright, the attack itself came much too early. I'll wager they panicked when they saw you was onto him, rushed in to do the job, and buggered it up. Yeah. There's some, like, outfits in here that you can't wear, like, that NPCs have on, that you can't get anymore, because they, most of them haven't been in the game since 2.0, but they left the NPCs wearing them, that survived. So, it's unfortunate. You could be like, oh, I really want to wear that. Oh, I can't. Because either, like, it's somebody who's wearing something that they aren't qualified to wear because of, like, race or class restrictions. So if you want that look exactly, you can't get it. There's several NPCs that, like, mix and match, like, casting and Disciple of War stuff, and it's like, oh, that's a cool look. Oh, can't have that. Yeah. Most of what was in 1.0 are the more, like, kind of medievally kind of whatever looks, kind of like what Betaron's wearing. There's not a whole lot that's, like, super cool, but you enjoy hanging out with a friend on Discord. I appreciate the lurk, and I really appreciate you hanging out. But if I'm reading, I already read that. Them tattoo-faced bastards, as they say, was paying up Brim's old man. They're with the Serpent Reavers, right? But none of their crew was there, was they? Did they have somewhat better to do, or what? Hey. Twins were just in the background there. 7 hells, I got it all backwards. That mess at the Victory, that was meant to be the bloody distraction. The fishbacks ain't interested in the Maelstrom's baby. They're after men, just like they've always been. They're sending their pirate lackeys after a civilian target. Ooh, Power Wash Sim. Nice. There's a 40k DLC for Power Wash Sim? That's awesome. This bit about raising ill in western Lenosia, that's where it'll be. Someone tells me Swift Perch is about to get hit, and hit hard. Do you know if that's like is that gonna be like a free DLC or paid one? Here's a rough translation of the message. Take it to Commodore Rayner at the Coral Tower and tell him he's in for a busy day. Oh, and give him an hand, eh? He can be damn sure he'll need one. Yeah, probably not too much, if it is anything. Hey, it's Alcazolka. I'll be back to talk to him in like 10 more levels. Yes, I'm Rayner. Ah, you must be the adventurer whose name seems to be on everyone's lips. You are to be commended for your part in thwarting the plot to destroy the victory. Now, what can I do for you this day? You bear an urgent message from Betaron. Why do I get the feeling that my hopes for a quiet morning are about to be cruelly dashed? Tell me what is afoot. An assault on Swiftbirch? Well, we've seen nothing to suggest the Serpent Reavers are massing for an attack. Even so, it would be foolish to discount the possibility. Betaron is rarely wrong about such matters. I will marshal the Yellow Jackets for battle immediately. The only question is where to send them. While I concur with Betaron's assessment that the attack on the dry docks was intended as a diversion, Swiftperch is but one of several possible targets for the main thrust. Commodore, sir. Report. It's the Sahagin, sir. They've mounted a large-scale assault on South Tidegate and threatened to overwhelm our defenses within the day. The garrison requests immediate reinforcements. By the Navigator, it seems my decision has been made for me. Muster the troops and give the order to march. Aye, the Serpent Reavers are in league with the Sahagin, which means there is every chance this assault on Tidegate may yet prove to be another feint. The fact remains, however, that we can ill afford to ignore it, and that leaves Swiftperch vulnerable to those pirate traders. It is at times such as these that I wish the warriors of light yet walked among us, but wishes will avail us not. Of Muawez, you must serve in their absence. Make for Swiftperch with all haste, and lend your strength to the squads I can spare for the settlement's defense. Oh, I'm just gonna teleport to Swiftbridge. Done. Commodore Rayner sent word we'd be getting reinforcements, but I didn't expect him to send you. You certainly look like you've seen your share of action, though. You bear little resemblance to the wide-eyed whelp I met fresh off the ferry. In any case, do you know what you're fighting for here? This place, Swiftperch. It was rebuilt by folk who stood strong in the face of every hardship the Calamity threw their way. And we're not about to let some fish-fancying scum claim the honor of being the ones who finally broke their spirits. Don't give those pirate bastards one bloody elm, you hear me? Here they come! Here now, I thought all them yellow jacket worms was meant to be busy. That useless scrag ain't followed the plan, has he? Now pull back and wait for us, Hogan brothers.
Piss on that. We ain't turning back empty-handed. Remember, no killing the small folk, or it'll be your blood what stains Lord Leviathan's altars. The yellow bellies can butcher out well. Them dirt-eating slugs will be crushed under the full might of the serpent reavers. Seems Swiftbirch was the main target after all, eh? Squads 1 and 2, protect the townsfolk. Squad 3, you're our rear guard. The rest of you, we meet their charge where we stand. Let us bear the Commodore word of our victory, or no word at all.
Alright, you enjoy your power washing. Thanks for hanging out. I will see you, I'm sure, very soon. Yeah.
For Limsa! Oh, got you all your yellow bellies and dance on your gizzards.
Ta-da. Single void zen will take me.
Well fought. The Reavers are beaten and scattered. I'll take some men and hunt down the stragglers. Oh, but there may be more of them lurking about, so don't let your guard down just yet. The source of his strength becomes clear. You may have bested the golem, but you will not fare so well this day. Is that Earn or Lahabredo? O mournful voice of creation, send unto me a creature of the abyss, my thrall to command, that I may smite mine enemies. Your very being imperils the plan. You cannot be suffered to live.
Bye. That the wisdom of the paragons should be brought low by mere mortals. Paragons, did he say? Then it is as I feared. They're known as the Bringers of Chaos, or Asians, to give them their proper name. It would seem our suspicions were correct. It is they who have been manipulating the beast tribes. Pardon? You would know if we Charlians have encountered Asians before. I've never spoken to you of my homeland. How did you know whence I hail? Wait, I do begin to see. You've been blessed with a special gift. Are you alright, lad? If I'd known a mean bugger like that was hiding in the bushes, I would have left a squad or 6 to keep you company. Well, at least now we can call this kidnapping investigation to a close. Those reavers were the ones spiriting folk away in the dead of night, and this bastard here was pulling all the strings. A trifle simplistic, but not inaccurate. I came as soon as I sensed his presence, but I never thought to find such a scene of carnage. Yet we prevailed, and thanks to your heroic actions, I have learned much. Aye, heroic is the word. I don't want to think about what would have happened if you hadn't been here, friend. And your assistance is much appreciated too, Lady Y'shtola. Please give our regards to the Scions. I'm glad to have played a role in bringing what I hope is an end to this disturbing spate of abductions. The thread of your fate forms a part of a most intriguing tapestry. Mayhap we will be afforded the chance to speak more in the near future. For now, however, you must see this particular tale to its conclusion. Pray send my greetings to Commodore Rayner. Oh look, Crystal. Dang it. Okay. Where to? Coral Tower. I'm gonna go back to Limsa then. And then I think we're gonna raid out. Let's see who all is live. Okay, I am going to take you all over to one of my favorite streamers who just went live. Right? Let me check. Just real quick. Yeah, let's do it. All right. Well, thank you all for joining me for the beginning of Iris's journey. I will be probably doing a little bit of like exploring and grinding of the side things and getting some crafting and gathering going and all of that stuff off stream. And, but I'll reserve, at least Arcanist and MSQ, quests for on stream. But yeah, thanks so much for joining. I will be back on hopefully pretty soon. I'm sure that I won't be able to stay away from this character for very long, so I'm sure it'll be quite soon. So thank you so much for the follows, for hanging out, for lurking, for chatting. All of that is great support, and I really appreciate you being here. Yeah. So let's, I'll see you later.